Okay. Good morning, everyone. I declare open this public hearing for the committee's inquiry into the importance of Antarctica to Australia's national interests. In accordance with the committee's resolution of the 8th of August 2022, this hearing will be recorded and the proof and official transcripts of proceedings will be published on the Parliament's website. Those present here today are advised that filming and recording are permitted during the hearing, and I would like to remind any media who may be present of the need to fairly and accurately report the proceedings of the committee. Before we begin, I'd like to acknowledge that here at Parliament House we are meeting on the lands of the Ngunnawal people, and to pay my respects for their elders past, present and emerging, and to extend that respect to other groups that have a connection to this region and to the traditional owners of the lands on which those joining us today online and on the phone are on today. I now welcome Professor Nerily Abram to give evidence. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
My name is Professor Nerily Abram and I'm appearing here as an Antarctic scientist.
Thank you again for being here today. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing of proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. And I now invite you to make an opening statement before we proceed to questions.
Thank you. So thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. I'm Professor Nerily Abram, a climate scientist at the Australian National University and a Fellow of the Australian Academy of Science. I've worked in Antarctic science for 20 years, including 5 expeditions, 4 of those involving deep field programs in ice drilling camps. Science is the foundation of delivering Australia's national interests in Antarctica. I chair the National Committee for Antarctic Research, and as part of that role, I've championed calls from the research community for a national conference. I'm very pleased that this event will be going ahead in Hobart in November this year. The 345 submissions received demonstrate how active and influential Australian Antarctic science is. 79% of those submissions are led out of the Australian university sector, and 16% are led by government scientists. It's an example of how Australia's Antarctic science strengths rely on a community of expertise that is distributed across the nation. The conference will also include a training and networking day for at least 50 early career Antarctic researchers, as well as a networking event for women in Antarctic science. These are some of the ways that the university sector is working to ensure that we have a strong and inclusive Antarctic science workforce. Over the past few years, we've seen mind-blowing changes in Antarctica, and the Hobart Conference is being viewed as an emergency summit on Antarctica. For example, we've seen precipitous losses in Antarctic sea ice, which rival the losses that we've seen over a much longer time frame in the Antarctic, and those have the potential to have a very strong influence on Antarctic climate and Australia's climate as well. We've been studying Denman Glacier, where the scientific evidence has shown that the ice there is resting on ground that's 3.5 kilometres below sea level. That's an astounding number and a situation that's potentially very unstable. And so we've been putting our combined scientific evidence efforts into understanding the risk of triggering tipping points and what that would mean for sea level rise in Australia, our region and the world. Antarctic ice cores, which is where my research has focused, have also shed light on the very real possibility of Australian mega droughts. These are droughts that fail to break for 20 years or more. And this type of scenario would cripple Australia's water, food and energy security. If we're going to prepare Australia for these types of extremes that are far beyond anything that we could understand from observational data, we need to look to Antarctica and the Southern Ocean to understand how they cause shifts in Australia's weather patterns. These are just a few of the examples of how Antarctic science is and will continue to be of critical importance for Australia's national interests. And I'm happy to answer your questions here today.
Thank you very much, Professor. So obviously I'm Alicia Payne, I'm the chair, and we also have online the Deputy Chair, Ms Nola Marino, and we have Senators Andrew McLaughlin, Alex Antic, and I think we have some other people joining us soon, but that, yeah. So I will begin with a few questions. obviously you've mentioned in your opening statement the significance of the Denman Glacier to Antarctic science research, but could you expand on the importance of that and also the ice core work that you're doing, what that means? You've touched on that, but keen to hear more about.
Yeah, very happy to talk about that. For a long time, in terms of science and understanding the stability of the Antarctic ice sheet, we've known that West Antarctica is potentially very vulnerable. It's already contributing to sea level rise. But we thought that East Antarctica was pretty sort of immune to some of the effects of climate change, at least in the short term. But as we've started to develop new data sets, we've seen that there are parts of East Antarctica that are already losing ice and contributing to sea level rise. And we're learning that there are areas of East Antarctica that have this same type of vulnerability. And this is where the ice is sat in a basin where the ground is below sea level. And what that does is it means that it puts the ice in direct contact with the ocean, and it can lead to a runaway situation where when we start to destabilise that system, it can get to a point where it passes a tipping point, and then even if we were to stabilise climate, we can't stop the sea level rise that would result from the loss of ice in that region. So Denman Glacier is one of these regions that's of particular concern, and that's why we've focused our scientific efforts on trying to gather the data to understand this system better. We had a large field campaign, one of the largest field campaigns that the Australian program has ever run, as a deep field campaign, which saw up to 45 scientists out at Denman Glacier last summer. There'll be another terrestrial campaign happening in that region this coming summer, and also the Denman Marine Voyage, which will take scientists aboard Australia's icebreaker Noina to the front of Denman Glacier to study the oceanographic properties of that region as well. And all of that work is designed to put together all of the pieces to understand the atmospheric processes, the ice processes, the ocean processes, the subglacial environment, so that we have the information to put all of that together to understand how vulnerable this area could be. And this is an area that's holding 1.5 metres of sea level, and so we need to know how vulnerable is that, how quickly could we destabilise that and add that to the sea level challenges that we're going to face as a nation.
Thank you. So how is the use of the Noina as a supply ship affecting Australia's scientific research?
So obviously it's critical that we resupply the stations that are in Antarctica, but we have this amazing scientific vessel. It's designed to do up to 60 days of science per year, but so far it hasn't had a dedicated science campaign. So the Denman Marine campaign will be the first dedicated science campaign that's operating on Noina, and that's happening in early 2025. It's an incredibly capable ship. It's a ship that's designed to also be a floating station, so it can get the Australian Antarctic program to places that we haven't been able to reach before, and to act as a platform to then get scientists into areas that we're concerned about or we just don't have any data about, to be able to gather that really important information. But at the moment there's quite a challenge between making sure that we are able to resupply stations, but also that we can use these amazing resources on Noina to do science. And it's such a capable ship, and there's so much important science that needs to get done. I think that it's one of the areas in terms of future challenges for the Australian Antarctic program is looking at how can we make sure that we're able to do both of those things.
Yeah, absolutely. So in your submission, you've recommended reducing Australia's base or procuring a separate resupply vessel so that the Noina can carry out scientific expeditions. Mm-hmm. Could you elaborate on why that is necessary to ensure?
So there's so many important questions that scientifically we need to be answering in Antarctica. The majority of those are not where our bases are located. So for example, the Denman terrestrial campaign, where we needed to get a huge number of scientists out to this remote area to be able to gather the information that we need to understand the risk of tipping points and sea level rise from this area. And there are similar other areas in Australia's Antarctic territory where if we're going to do the most strategic science for the future and to make the best use of our scientific efforts to answering questions that are really critical for Australia, it's going to require getting scientists out to places that are away from those bases. And so that will involve using things like Noina as a floating platform to get people there. It'll require things like the Australia's new Traverse capability to get people into to access areas that we wouldn't normally get to. It's going to require less people spending all of their science based at one of our Antarctic established stations.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I might go to members. Deputy Chair, did you have any questions?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everyone from Western Australia. Just one of the issues that you've raised, I understand the work you do, and you mentioned that Australia is a real leader, a research leader, and you're part of that. So I'm interested in how you work with other countries, how that actually impacts on the Antarctic Treaty System, whether you see any threats or risks in relation to other countries' engagement in Antarctica, and then really, is there any independent peer review of the data and information that comes out of the work that's done by our research capabilities currently, please? So, series of questions. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much for those questions. And please remind me if I don't answer each of these, but I will do my best. In terms of working with other countries, international collaboration is a huge part of what we do as Antarctic scientists. Each of our major Antarctic research centres that we have in Australia, and there are 3 major university-based research centres. They each have international collaborators who we are working on to be able to address scientific questions in Antarctica. The questions that we're answering are often too big for one nation to be tackling by themselves. So quite frequently we are drawing on those international collaborations. So I've already talked about the Denman terrestrial campaign that the Australian program ran last season, but the German ship was also working in the Denman Glacier area, and we had Australian scientists on board that vessel as well collecting information. So just as an example of the type of international collaboration. A couple of weeks ago, I was over in Chile for the Scientific Committee on Antarctic Research Open Science meeting and the delegates meeting for SCAR as well. And so there was a lot of discussion there about international coordination, so including a program called Antarctica in Sync, where various nations are looking to come together and do a coordinated program where they gather information in the same year from right around the Antarctic continent, so that coordinated way of working. There are lots of other examples within SCAR of that international collaboration to be able to really tackle the science programs that need information from lots of different parts of Antarctica. How that feeds into the treaty system, science is one of the fundamental currencies in terms of Antarctica, and so the decisions that are made within the Antarctic treaty system are strong when they're based on science. And so a lot of the work that happens through the Scientific Committee for Antarctic Research is to help gather that scientific evidence and to provide a pathway to get that scientific evidence into the Antarctic treaty system. In terms of, you asked about peer review, the scientific work that we carry out in Antarctica, all of our research is peer-reviewed and published, and that's the way that we disseminate that scientific information. I'm not sure if you had a specific area that you wanted to know more about in that particular realm.
If I could just go back to the risks, please, to the Antarctic Treaty System, and do you, in the work that you've done and you do you have any concerns around any of the existing bases and their activities that you see in the Antarctic zone, please?
I think that I'm not qualified to answer that question. I come as a scientific expert, and so I have knowledge of the Antarctic bases where I've done work. I've been through Rothera as one of the UK bases, but I don't have detailed information about other international bases and how they operate.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thank you. Thank you for your evidence.
Thank you. Did you have any questions?
Have we got time?
Yep.
Yeah, I do then. Thank you. Thank you. Apologies, I missed some of your earlier testimony, but I'm interested to know a couple of things. Just quickly, whether the RSV N, you've recommended that it, should operate as a bit of a floating platform and ostensibly a resupply vessel. So, is it fit for purpose now to do that role?
As a
it's designed for something else. You want it to be a resupply ship?
No, I want it to be a scientific vessel.
Okay.
Yeah.
So talk to me about the vessel as it is, whether it's meeting the needs now and the ones that you would like to see in the future.
Yeah. So it is still undergoing sort of the commissioning phase, and it hasn't done a scientific expedition at the moment so far. It's currently out on trials to prepare for the Denman Marine voyage. And that's got scientists on board who are there to actually test out some of those capabilities and make sure that they can get their equipment on there and operate their equipment to prepare for this upcoming major science campaign. So it's definitely...
So this will be its first big test
This
run.
is the first big actually using it for a dedicated science program, which is very exciting to see. It's great to see that being supported through the...
So we need to ask you this after the mission, obviously. The other thing I just wanted to touch on, because you do have a section around training of the next generation of Antarctic science leaders. I want you to talk to us a little about that, how we might better foster professional development for early and mid-term career researchers, who, women in particular, always raise this as a significant issue.
Yes.
And in doing that, I wouldn't mind your comments around science-centred culture and the Australian Antarctic Division's not been without its challenges in the culture that has been reported. So I'm interested to know your experiences were a little hopeful, and I'm interested to know what work for women scientists looks like now in that division.
Yeah, very happy to answer those questions. So I think the first point to make is the absolutely critical role that the universities have in training early career researchers. So that's the pipeline of where our future leaders are going to come from, working both in government and in universities. And that's a really critical role. I mentioned in my opening statement that we have an Antarctic Conference that we're holding to bring together the whole Australian Antarctic community in Hobart in November. As part of that, there's a dedicated early career researcher training and networking day and a Women in Antarctic Science networking event. For the Denman terrestrial campaign, one of the things that we did to support women, particularly first-time expeditioners, through that program was to set up a group for the women who were part of that program, where people who had been to Antarctica before and experienced particularly what it's like to living in a tent in a very remote area as a woman, and the additional challenges that come with that. Just sharing our tips for actually how do you make that work and what things will make your life easier. And so that was a really nice way that we were able to build sort of that camaraderie between the more experienced women and the early career women who were going out on that field trip for the first time. In terms of culture, I think that one of the things that really stood out to me from the Denman terrestrial campaign was just how positive and inclusive and adaptable the culture was in that field camp. And I think that was because we all knew exactly why we were there and that there was really critical science that we needed to do, and that was the focus of everybody's efforts, not just the scientists, but the people who were there supporting the scientists. They were celebrating the successes just as much as the scientists, and they could, when we managed to drill to 200 metres and collect that ice, they were just as excited as the scientists were that they had been able to facilitate that. And so I think that having that purpose and that science focus, that everybody knew why they were there and that it was important, was a really critical part for making such a good culture. And I think that that's something that sometimes has been lacking on Antarctic stations, particularly in recent years when you see the numbers that have been put forward as to the percentage of scientists who have been in the Australian Antarctic program going south compared to the workforce. And in recent years it's been as low as sort of 5% of scientists who are there. And so that culture as to why are we actually here and why is it important that we're doing that has been a little bit harder to see on the stations when you don't have the scientists there driving the agenda.
I totally accept your lived experience. I would like to ask if you might not consider the fact that it's not just that there were people who saw themselves as engaged in meaningful and urgent work, but I'm interested if you think there have been some quite conscious decisions made to ensure a more safe, inclusive kind of workplace and environment, so that, you know, it's not by accident you increase the number of scientists on these expeditions, I would imagine. It's not by accident that you might see women stepping up and playing, you know, leadership roles or roles across the whole thing.
Yes.
I mean, has it been, in your experience, has there been, you know, a conscious, I'm happy to ask this of the division themselves, but a conscious decision to kind of like, you know, improve and ensure that there's a sort of safe, respectful workplace for everyone? Absolutely.
There definitely has. And part of it's been very challenging to have these reports coming out about the cultural problems in the Australian Antarctic program, but at the same time, that's the starting point of a conversation about this is not okay and what do we need to do to improve it. And we saw that both through how our research centres prepared people for going to Antarctica. The research centre that I'm involved with had ombuds people that people were aware of. If they needed to make contact, if something went wrong and they needed somebody external to be able to reach out to, they had people on hand to be able to do that. They had the communication facilities to be able to do that independent of the Antarctic Division or any other organisation. So having those sorts of things in place, we made conscious decisions to make sure that we included early career researchers in the field program so that we were training up that next generation. And even the Expeditioner Summit that was run last year for everybody who was part of the Antarctic program included specific training for bystander training and those discussions about culture to make sure that this isn't just something that we're that's just happening in the background. We're actually going to take an active role in improving things.
Thanks, Professor Abram. That's questions, all my questions. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. No one else has indicated they've got any further questions, so I will just ask a couple of quick ones. Are you able to, with regard to, I suppose, the limitations on what we can do with the Noyina being both having that dual purpose at the moment, what are you able to sort of illustrate what are the things that we are unable to do that we could do if we had that second ship or reduce the base as you've suggested?
So one of the biggest challenges facing Australian Antarctic research is our ability to plan long term. So if we knew that Noina was going to be available to be able to do science expeditions to the Antarctic each year for a certain number of days, that would enable long-term planning as to, okay, in this year, this is where the ship is going to be going, and in this year, this is where it's going to be going. And to have those plans in place multiple years in advance that enables the research community to really prepare for those opportunities and to make sure that we're making the best use of that resource. And you can see from the submissions that were put in April, at that time we didn't have clarity yet as to whether the Denman Marine voyage was actually going to go ahead. And so it's fabulous that it's going ahead, but you can see those short timelines that we're actually trying to operate on between having it approved that yes, the logistics support is here and this is where we're going to get you to then actually having to be there and delivering that science program. And in the same way, the terminating funding measures that we currently have in the Antarctic Science Program, where all of the major university-led research, they're all facing termination of funding over the coming years, and there isn't clarity yet as to what a funding model is going to be that's going to actually support Australia's Antarctic science capabilities going forward. So having that sort of certainty, and there's been recommendations put forward through the Australian Antarctic Science Council that those terminating measures should be transformed into ongoing funding, and that would allow certainty to be able to bring the science community together to say, okay, what are the most critical things that we need to be doing in Antarctica, and how are we going to work together to do that over the coming 2, 3, 4, 5 years and so forth, and to really be planning out what the research agenda should look like.
Great. We're just about out of time, but if I can just ask one further quick question then around the funding models. Yes. So going forward, what would you recommend that the federal government could do or the community could do to improve those models? Like how would they best work?
Yeah, so I would certainly defer to the paper that was put to Minister Plibersek from the Australian Antarctic Science Council that had 3 recommendations. Those were building towards having certainty in long-term funding, both for the university sector, but also for the science funding through the Antarctic Division as well, that enables these long planning horizons. And also looking at exploring whether there's all of that funding could be brought together into an institute that has sort of the longevity to be able to deliver science and has that science focus and that guaranteed science funding.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you again for attending today. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, I don't believe you have, though, if you could provide it to the Secretariat by Friday the 11th of October, and you'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request any corrections to transcription errors.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's a big table, isn't it?
Yeah.
Someone
Emily's online.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Great.
there. Hello.
Okay. I now welcome representatives of the Australian Research Council's Centres of Excellence for Climate Extremes and for Weather of the 21st Century to give evidence. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
So I'm Dr. Adele Morrison. I'm an Associate Investigator for the Centre of Excellence of Climate Extremes and also representing the Centre of Excellence of 21st Century Weather.
Thank you. And online?
Hi, good morning. My name is Amelie Meyer. I am a researcher at the Centre for Excellence for Climate Extremes and also representing the 21st Century Weather Centre of Excellence today.
Thank you both for joining us today. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing of proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make an opening statement before we proceed to members' questions.
Great. Dr. Meyer is going to make our statement for us.
Good morning, and thank you for inviting me to appear in front of this joint standing committee. Apologies I couldn't join in person today. My name is Alicia Payne. I'm a chief investigator with the Centre of Excellence for Climate Extremes and also senior researcher fellow at the University of Tasmania in Hobart. My research of expertise is in physical oceanography, working on polar region and climate, and looking in particular at how sea ice and oceans impact on each other and how they're currently changing in Antarctica. Today, I provide evidence based on broad areas of scientific expertise. I'm happy to answer any questions to the committee on Antarctic sea ice and how Antarctica influences Australia's climate and weather. Over the past 8 years or so, we've seen a sudden and alarming decline in sea ice, as Professor Abram mentioned, around Antarctica. Antarctic sea ice was relatively stable and little thought about through the 70s and 80s. But after decades of stability, in the past few years, we've seen record low coverage nearly every year, with 2023 the biggest anomaly. This year, the sea ice is actually very close to last year record low. This is a concerning abrupt change in Australian-led research pointing to a potential regime shift and an indicator of a tipping point element, which is quite important. The entire research community is really concerned with this unforeseen sudden change and working on understanding why and what is coming ahead. Declining sea ice and other key parts of the Antarctic climate system are not just important for Antarctica. They shape Australia's weather, climate, and coastlines. From rainfall, droughts, to sea level rise, they can impact our food chain, our farmers, our health, and our economy. So the ability to project Antarctic sea ice changes over decades to come will be hugely beneficial to Australia. Yet we have kind of missed the boat on that point. The committee is aware that Australia has had logistical challenges over recent years when it comes to accessing Antarctic waters for research. The new Australian icebreaker Nuina was delayed in its building, in its delivery and commissioning. As a result, the first sea ice dedicated science voyage for Australia in over 10 years was cancelled in 2022 and has not been rescheduled. I am currently funded by the ARC with an early career discovery grant, a DECRA, which is meant to fund the best and most needed science in Australia. The project, looking at ocean turbulence under sea ice, was centred on collecting rare and very much needed data in Antarctica. Unfortunately, all opportunities to collect that data around sea ice fell through. Luckily, through collaborations with the Norwegian Polar Institute for this grant, I've been able to collect some data, thanks to the Norwegians on the other side of the world. So state-of-the-art research vessels and supercomputers on their own are not going to get the science done. What we really need is people to be funded to do the research, and we need better coordination between the research funding and the accompanying logistics. Australia plays a dominant role as a leader in Antarctic research. Given the global impact, let alone the Australian impact that Antarctica has, we reiterate the need to maintain and continue research in this vital region. I am happy to provide further information to the committee where required.
Thank you very much. Did you want to add anything?
I guess I could just say I'm a physical oceanographer from the Australian University. Yep.
Great. I remember meeting you at the awards where you got
Prime Minister's Science Prizes. Yes,
where
same
you
table.
received one of those awards. So yes, I might just first go to if either of you would like to, or both of you would like to answer. If you could just elaborate on why scientific research in Antarctica is so important in terms of climate, understanding weather and climate, but also to Australia being a leader in that. Why is that so important?
Okay, I could get started. So I think one of the huge things for Australia, given that our population lives all around the coastline, is the potential sea level rise that will come from Antarctica. So current projections from ice sheet models over this century indicate that we could have anywhere from likely range from 3 to 34 centimetres by 2100, which is a lot of sea level rise. So I guess the thing with sea level rise is that it's not for Australia, it won't be the slow inundation that hits us. It's really the extreme sea level events on the coastlines where Australia is going to feel this sea level rise. So these events happen already. So they've happened in the past where you have a large storm event that combines with a king high tide, and then you have large erosion of the coastline. So remember back in 2016, there was this large event in North Sydney where you get these photos of swimming pools in people's backyards falling into the ocean. And so those events that might have happened, say, once in 100 years previously, in the future, we're looking even sort of by 2050, under mid-range scenarios, these events will be amplified by up to 1,000 times along the east coast of Australia. So even these sort of moderate sea level impacts, sea level rise, are going to have these massive effects on our coastal dominated population around Australia.
Thank you.
Did you want to talk more to the weather and climate part, Emily?
Yes, I'm happy to, if you want some further details or ideas.
Yep.
So Antarctica, what happens in Antarctica influences the entire planet on different scales. On shortest time scales, for example, weeks and months, the polar vortex, for example, in the atmosphere will influence rainfall and temperature over the land of Australia. It will also have impacts on fire seasons. A good example is the southern annular mode, which is strong westerly winds that we have in the southern hemisphere. They kind of shift north and south depending on the time of the year and on years. And in recent decades, we've had what we called a positive southern annular mode, which means those winds are slightly further south. And that will actually influence the kind of weather we get over summer and winter. But in summer, it means a little bit cooler and wetter conditions for Australia. The bushfires in 2019 were linked to the opposite, a negative southern annual mode, where it's the whole of these western winds are slightly further north. And so these are really good examples as to how weather and climate over Antarctica can impact weather and climate in Australia, but also elsewhere, and have really big consequences for our population if we know that we're going to have conditions that are potentially going to lead to big, large bushfires. We're able to better plan and prepare for that.
Thank you. So you've made I want to sort of talk through the recommendations you've made in order to maintain Australia's role as a world-class research leader in Antarctica. And Dr. Meyer, you've talked a bit about the limitations and the impacts of the delay of the Noyina and some of the things that you haven't been able to, or you've needed help from the Norwegians to complete important parts of your work. I just want to understand. I guess going to where others have talked about the need for either a second vessel or to. I'm just keen to understand what do you see, if you could elaborate on the limitations to the science that could be happening if we had a second, given we only have the one vessel with this dual purpose. We might go to about the Noyina first and then move on to questions around funding and.
So this is a very good question. I think there was two things happening. We were changing ship at the same time as, so there was this delay in the ship, but also that we're moving to a much bigger vessel, which is more expensive to run. And then there was COVID that happened, the pandemic at the same time. So your first question around the ship and whether or not having two ships would make a difference in what we can do. We certainly had huge limitations on what we've been able to do Australia in collecting data and science in the field over the last 10 years. We haven't had a sea ice voyage in a very, very, very long time. The only sea ice voyage that was planned has been cancelled and not even rescheduled. The voyage that Professor Brown was talking about is an ice shelf. It's more focused on the ice shelf, and there could be a small sea ice component into it, but because it's the first and it's been squeezed so far, we have already so much science to try and catch up on that there's not a lot of room really to do this extra thing. So we have been extremely limited in what we've collected. And the data that other countries are collecting is being collected elsewhere. It's not answering to the need of what we're trying to do here. Australia has this claim on a very large part of Antarctica. Eastern Antarctica is not a place that a lot of countries are able to go to and collect data. So we do not have a lot of data there. And actually in what I do, which is ocean mixing, how turbulence move, how the ocean moves from the surface all the way to the bottom, we don't have data there at all. Mm-hmm. And so the data I've been able to collect, thanks to the Norwegians, has been on the other side of Antarctica. So the whole project that I had funded has had to change because we didn't have a ship that could go. And now that we have one, it's over committed, and there's not enough time with it. So it is not appropriate, what we've had so far. And hopefully over years to come, we're slowly going to be able to start using the ship and work out what we can do with it. But it's still too much for one ship, and it's still going to be limited what we can do with it given the amount of time currently. The 60 days per year is just not enough. So previous colleagues have mentioned the idea of 2 ships, and that's what many countries do. They do not refuel the stations with their main icebreaker. And it's really not my area of expertise which ship we should be using for what or how Australia should be set up, but the way it is right now is not working in terms of collecting data we need for the science.
I would just add a little bit to that as well, that with one ship as well and only up to 60 days, we're very limited with the timing of when we can go on those voyages as well, because we have to work around the resupply schedule. Right. And so if we're only going in February and March every year, we're missing a lot of the seasonality of observing around Antarctica as well. And I would second as well what Amelie said, like there's huge regions of East Antarctica that we haven't really observed yet in the ocean. So the ice sheet melts where the warm water comes from the ocean up underneath the ice shelves that hang out over the ocean. And there's vast sectors of the continental shelf where we haven't observed the ocean at all. So we don't know what temperature the water is, even in a historical state, let alone with climate change and how it's changing now. So there's so much more we could do.
Right. Thank you. I want to make sure that other members have a chance to ask questions, but just quickly around the funding, and you've recommended that that the government support Australian research on Antarctica with new research directions and funding. What are your recommendations for how those funding models could better work?
So I think repeating what Professor Abraham said as well. So we really need this longevity of funding. So at the moment, these centres, Antarctic centres that we have, one of them ends at the end of next year. There's a lot of people employed under that centre who don't know what they're doing after the end of next year. And it will be similar for the other 2 centres as well, a few more years down the track as well. So having some longevity so that we know that these people, students and postdocs that we're training up, they have some idea of what they're going to be doing next year and a few years down the track.
Yeah, thank you. Did you want to add anything, Dr. Meyer?
Just on the side of how logistics and funding are coupled in Australia is slightly different from other places, and the fact that all of the logistics for Antarctica rests at the moment with the Antarctic Division. There is a disconnect. You can get funding, but you're not guaranteed that the logistic will go along with it. It makes planning incredibly difficult. It does mean that we probably restrict ourselves when we make our plans for some of the work we want to do, and try and go to some safer options with overseas collaborators. And there's a lot more that Australia could do if we were to better pair the logistics for Antarctica and our research funding system, the ERC.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Deputy Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And again, thank you for being with us today, those of you giving evidence. Just back to the recommendation that came out of your submission around maintaining Australia's role as a world-class research leader in Antarctica. You've mentioned the Noyina and a better and longer use, I suspect, more days in the research space, the need for a second vessel potentially for servicing the bases. What other elements, or is that the extent of what you've had to contribute today to maintain Australia's role in Antarctica as a world-class research leader, but equally in maintaining Australia's presence in relation to the treaty itself and some of the future risks that go with that?
I would say in terms of maintaining our standing in the science, another large component is the modelling that we do. So I'm an ocean modeller. We now have a new NCRIS facility, Access NRI, which supports Australia's Earth system model. The models are essential for the projections. So if we want to know how to adapt planning, if it's going to be 5 centimetres of sea level rise or 1 metre of sea level rise, that makes a big difference to our planning of our coastlines. And that all is dependent on maintaining our funding that we have for our climate model infrastructure and the scientists that use those climate models for their projections. So we've just received funding just over the last year or so to include an ice sheet component in Australia's Earth system model. And so that will be a fantastic benefit to be able to do these sea level projections that before we haven't had that capacity in Australia supported on that national level. And so we hope soon to have that ice sheet model within Australia's climate model. So then we can look at the impact of changes in the ice sheet, meltwater going into the ocean, and then how that affects Australia's climate and weather. And it's essential to do this in Australia and not just use other people's climate models from the US or the UK, because their climate models, they evaluate them and tune them for their regions that they're interested in. So their models won't necessarily do well in modelling Australia's weather. And so if we want to understand how Australia's weather is changing in the future and how changes in sea ice or changes in Antarctica will impact Australia's weather, we really need to maintain that support that we have now for Australia's climate models.
And so when you're dealing with those other entities, the research entities, the global and international ones, what sort of feedback do you receive around Australia's commitment to Antarctica, please?
Do you want to take that one, Emily?
Yes, it's a very good question. Thank you, Deputy Chair. I have to say that over the last few years, we've certainly looked like the neighbour that's saying they'll be there and then is a no-show on the day, at least for the fieldwork part, if you understand what I mean. We usually were there and we were usually big players, but we've been really limited on the logistics side in recent years. It's going to be a little bit of work to convince the community that we can pull this together and be reliable again when it comes to accessing Antarctica.
So is that then linked to the use of the Noina, please?
Yes, mostly. So for Antarctic research, not on the land, so accessing the land, some of the work that Professor Abram was talking about earlier, people fly in, and that's summer only, when we can fly in and fly out. Everything else that happens around the rest of the year for Antarctica is through access with ship. And for Australia, that means using the new icebreakers. So for a few years, we didn't have one, and now that we have one, it's not really commissioned yet. It's been used only to refuel the stations over the past 2 summers, and is only going to do its first research mission in a few months. So for the last few years, we've been no-show when it comes to accessing Antarctica ship-based, and hopefully it will partly resolve itself with the ship actually doing science. But as we've explained several times, the time that it's guaranteed to do science is too short.
Yeah, look, I just wonder whether, because the Noina is, in its purpose built, is, I understand, one of the only ships of its type, and other countries don't have that type of capability to offer into Antarctica. So I think I'd be interested in whether, you alluded to it, but how the Noina is used for scientific work, whether the actual investment that the government made in that vessel and how it can and will be used in that research work is very much part of maintaining our presence as a world-class leader. And I suspect there will be, from what I understand of our visit to the Noyina, there's a queue of others seeking to use the fabulous capabilities of the Noyina as part of what we do and what they want to do in Antarctica. Would that be an accurate statement, please?
Yes, it is. It's a fantastic ship, and if we get time on it and get to use it, we'll be able to do great science. The question is when and how much time do we actually get on it to do science?
Right, because there was a previous inquiry that recommended, I think, increasing the use of the Noyina to about 300 days a year, and what you would be considering, I suspect, is how many of those are used for scientific purposes.
Correct. That is correct. At the moment, we get 60 days a year, supposedly guaranteed, but that includes time to get. So in that time, we're also bringing goods to the stations. So the 60 days include being told which way to go and spending some of that time getting there. And so it's not 60 days of just science. And 6 days is a very small amount of the whole year.
I understand it well, given the challenges. Chair, thank you for that. There may be other members with questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. Ms Clayton.
Thank you both for your evidence. I'm going to ask some pretty basic questions to understand this a little more. Tell me, so you can take flights to do some of your research, but that is limited by weather. Is that correct? Like you've got a ship and you fly. Is that
so? The flights
are they your two options?
Yes, to get to Antarctica, you can either fly or go by sea with different ships. The flying is only when you can actually land. The landing is on ice. The ice needs to be stable enough, and there's also the atmosphere, so it can't be in winter. You can't land these planes. They can't fly in the really low temperatures. And in summer, the ice needs to be stable enough, so not melting too much.
Sure.
So your window is quite short for the flights.
Right.
And limited to where you have landing strips, which I don't know how many there are, but there are not that many of them in Antarctica.
I mean, is that how you're going to manage things for the time being? Get your 60 days on a vessel, get every other day you can on a flight?
Well, there's different types of science that you can do from flights compared to from a vessel.
Well, talk to us about that.
So from a vessel, you can measure the ocean. So the ocean is where the warm water comes up, and that's what's melting Antarctica. So we really need to understand what's changing in the ocean, because that's the driving force that's driving the melting. We also need to access the ice. So accessing the ice allows us to do things like ice cores, which gives us a history of how the snowfall and so on has changed in Antarctica. And we can also get infer from that changes in weather and the wind systems on a larger scale.
You can only do ice cores via a ship? Is that what you're saying?
No, ice cores on the continent, so via flights.
Okay, right.
But if you want to look at the ocean, so the ocean warming around Antarctica, looking at sea ice needs to be done from a vessel.
Yep. So, again, pardon me, not a scientist working in the Antarctica, so you need both.
Definitely.
You need to fly sometimes in order to do ice core samples and whatever else you might be able to do via flight, and you need access to a vessel to do your water temperatures and whatever else you're doing.
Yeah, we definitely need both. Yes, yeah. So I guess flights also let us monitor how the ice sheet is changing at the moment. So looking at thickness changes and so on of how the ice itself is changing. So we need both
sorry,
parts.
that was a very
no.
brief
That's good.
summary of your lifetime dedicated work. Apologies, no insult intended. So my next question is, well, there's a bit to think about the logistics, the transport logistics. It's not just one solution here. You've got to have multiple ways to access your workplace and managing both of those. So I don't know if we've heard about the flying situation. Is that difficult for you to book onto?
Do you know more about that, Emily?
Like you've said, that's challenging to get your 60 days allocated on the vessels. How about the flights?
The flights are also difficult. There is not that many of them. They're very expensive. They carry only a certain amount of things. I haven't had to use the flights myself, but usually oceanographers, so people who do ocean-related work, will get onto the research vessels, and people like Professor Abraham will be getting on the flights in and out. Both, you compete for space on both of them.
Yep.
Every season.
Okay. So maybe, and I'm also trying to understand some of this funding. Like, I mean, trust me, I've never met an academic that doesn't want more funding, so I get that. But how are you currently funded? You're an ARC Centre of Excellence. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, that means you get like a bucket of money that can last up to 7 years, depending on what grant you've been successful in securing, I guess. So you're currently in a 7-year funding cycle. Is that? Tell me what you're currently experiencing in terms of funding and at the edge of the cliff experience for your researchers that you spoke about before. That's because a 7-year funding cycle is coming towards the end of its life. Is that right?
So I guess in that instance, I was talking about the Australian Centre for Excellence in Antarctic Science, which is funded. It's led out of University of Tasmania as part of the Special Research Initiative funding, similar to the Monash-led Antarctic Centre as well. So that's separate from the Centre of Excellences that Dr. Meyer and I are representing here today. But yeah, I guess there's just...
So how are they funded? Like, you all want more funding. How are they funded and how does that get better? How is your situation get?
Yeah, so I think at the moment it's the funding is very distributed across a number of different centres, each with different durations and endpoints. And so I think what we would like is to have a bringing together of that funding model. So it's not sort of piecemeal here and there. So it's thought about as a whole in terms of where the funding should best go.
All right, look, I believe we're speaking with people this afternoon that have written a whole submission on this who seem to be representing all your interests, so maybe we'll chat to them about the details of it. But that's helpful. And I guess I just wanted to ask if there is time, the collaboration, because there's a lot of different people working and researching in the Antarctica, the international community, and you've referenced saying, Australia hasn't been a good neighbour or the neighbour that doesn't show up to the party. I can't quite remember your quote now. How does that collaboration kind of work, particularly, I mean, we've heard a bit about your experience with relying on Norway to get data for you or assistance at times, but do you work out between you, like who's going to be down there at what time so that you can help each other out with these different opportunities or obstacles for transport and funds and other matters that constrain your research?
Yes, we do. Actually, we have to. There is not so many cruises research cruises to access Antarctica. We do ask all our collaborators when is your country planning the next cruise to try and cover in space and time, make it as efficient as possible. And we send our students and researchers on all these cruises. So we tend to have people from all over the world join our cruises, and we join other cruises when we can. And when I said that we were the no-show neighbour in recent years, I'm talking about oceanography observations. So principally field work on the ocean. We do other work in Australia on Antarctica where we've been doing pretty well.
At the ocean. All right. That's it. Thank you for clarifying a number of things for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you again for your attendance today. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and we'll have an opportunity to request any corrections to transcription errors. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Perhaps if you could just briefly suspend until we have...
We'll have a brief suspension, please. welcome the representative of the Australian Research Council's Australian Centre for Excellence in Antarctic Science to give evidence. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
My name is Matthew England. I'm the Deputy Director of the Australian Centre for Excellence in Antarctic Science.
Thank you very much for joining us today. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing of proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make a statement before we move on to members' questions.
Well, first up, thanks for the opportunity to appear today. I acknowledge I'm coming to you from the land of the Eora Nation. Pay my respects to elders past and present. I just start by saying Antarctica matters so much to Australia. The submission we made outlines some of those details, but it's safe to say it's, especially with 42% of the continent under Australian stewardship, it's incredibly important that we have a scientific presence there. It's a vast coastline that is largely unexplored. Compared to the West Antarctic sector, we have virtually no measurements in this region. And yet it's a region that's showing signs of dramatic changes over the last several decades. And these changes are only expected to get worse as we move into the next few decades. And this includes rates of ice melt that will raise sea levels, changes to ecosystems, heat waves that have broken records by tens of degrees Celsius, changes to an environment that we thought would be relatively stable to climate change. And so Australia needs a coordinated national effort to measure, model, understand this sector of the Antarctic coastline, to meet our international obligations and to remain leaders in the protection of the Antarctic environment.
Thank you very much. First question. First of all, I'm Alicia Payne. I'm the chair, and we've got Ms. Sharon Clayton here in person as well. And online we have the deputy chair, Ms. Nola Marino, as well as Senators Antic and McLaughlin. So, I just wanted to begin. Could you talk to the significance of Antarctic research to the Antarctic Treaty System?
Yeah, I mean, basically, the Antarctic Treaty System sets out ways in which the countries that are part of that, that sign on to that treaty, engage in scientific research on the continent and also in the oceans surrounding the continent, the southern oceans. And so Australia has a really significant role to play. We have internationally, we're renowned for our research in Antarctica, both observations and modelling spanning the biology, the physics, the chemistry, the atmosphere, the ice sheets, the oceans, the geosphere as well, the geology of the land masses that support the ice sheet. So there's an incredible presence in Antarctica for Australian research, and it's critical in a way. That 42% figure I mentioned earlier, we should be at least that level of the science capacity in Antarctica, given that area that we have under the treaty. And at the moment, I would say we're not at that level of investment, or far from it. The amount of science that's done in the West Antarctic sector, it dwarfs what, and you can look at this by all sorts of analyses. I've seen analyses of publications that come out that look at both regions. It's hundreds it's a factor of several hundred. So for every paper that's written on East Antarctica, there's about 100 for the West Antarctic. It's a really phenomenally different amount of research. And so, yeah, under our obligations as signatories to that treaty, we need to have an effort of science there. We are doing what we get funded to do. So the resources that are put into Antarctic science in Australia, I think, are well spent. I think the one comment that we make is that it is at the moment spread across several different centres and institutes. We can get onto that in a second, but I think under the treaty we certainly have a big obligation to actually grow the science, not just to keep the status quo. And at the moment, we've been going backwards with funding because it's been a static level for decades now, and the costs of doing research there, the logistics, but also the costs of hiring people have increased significantly over the last 20 years. So in real terms, we've actually had a decline in investment in Antarctic research.
Thank you. And your submission notes that there's been disjointed funding from the Australian Antarctic Division. How has this affected your ability to undertake research? And start with that.
It's a really good question. So scientific research, by its nature, has a range of activities that we can undertake. If we're given certainty that we have a year's funding for a project, that will enable a certain research to be undertaken that is very limited in scope and scale. 3 years is typically what we have around a PhD project or a postdoctoral research fellow. These amounts of time are very short amounts of time to make progress. What we see, for example, for the coral reef region of Australia, AIMS is a great example where there's I believe through government legislation, but I could be wrong on that. But I believe that the funding was set up to be in perpetuity, in effect, to support Australian research for the reef. And I think we don't at the moment have the same system set up for Antarctica. There's been funding through the Australian Research Council, through the Special Research Initiative, to fund a couple of centres. They have ACES, the one that I'm Deputy Director for, had a lifespan of just 3 years. We wrote to the ARC to request 4 years because we needed that extra time to allow for the ship experiments to take place and for the research to be done. The other centre had 7 years, which is a better amount of time, but it's still temporary amounts of funding. That means that we can't, in comparison to a block-funded institution like CSIRO that has that permanency, if you like, of investment in science. What we can do in Antarctica is done in fits and starts of research with those sort of timescales in place. And I think that's where the scientific community has called for that sort of more permanent approach to Antarctic research. It is so critical when you look at the sea level that's locked up in the Antarctic ice there, to sort of have certainty and then a cliff of funding only a couple of years away has made it really hard to keep the programs of research going there, and to be ambitious in the scale of science that we do, and to give certainty to the Australian community about how Antarctica is changing. The error bars for sea level rise, for example, in the East Antarctic are bigger than the actual sea level rise amounts themselves. So when we look at the end of the 21st century, the amount of sea level rise we expect to get from that part of the continent has error bars, bigger than the signal. And that's just not good enough given how much of our coastal infrastructure is exposed to future sea level rise.
Thank you. And your submission also recommends procuring a second vessel to resupply Australia's Antarctic bases. Can you explain why you believe that's necessary?
Well, at the moment, the single vessel is not adequate. It means, I should say, I can't talk to the logistics of what's needed on the continent there. It's not an area of my expertise. It's more my expertise is more in the oceans that surround Antarctica. But in terms of resupply of field equipment and so on, my understanding is that that resupply process is absolutely stretched with just one vessel. We also miss out on a lot of ocean measurements by not having a second vessel making that journey to Antarctica. But I can't really talk to the logistics on the land in terms of these experiments. But I do know from speaking to colleagues that it's just an incredibly difficult operation to get resupply just through that one vessel.
Thank you. Before I move on to other members' questions, could you just talk perhaps briefly to an example of, you say, we miss out on a lot of ocean measurements. What might be something we could be getting, and what is the implication of that we're not getting at the moment?
No, it's a great question. I'm glad we can talk about it a little bit, because I give you the example of Totten Shelf, which is in the East Antarctic sector, so the sector that Australia has stewardship over. we got the very first measurements ever undertaken, ever made at the Totten Shelf only about 7 or 8 years ago. We had no idea what the temperatures would be there. They were far warmer than what we expect them to be. But we don't, as you can appreciate, one single measurement gave us no indication of whether it was changing at all. We just knew that one data point in time. But that measurement is actually one of very few, what's even more confronting, one of very few measurements that is right up against the shelf around that vast section of coastline. So in a region that we know from satellite altimetry, we can see the ice sheets thinning in certain regions there. So we know that there's and the ice shelves, we know that they're thinning. We know that ocean temperatures, like to thin an ice shelf, it's much easier to do that with warm water. If we warm the waters there by 1 degree Celsius, you get an incredible rate of melt compared to the atmosphere. That's just because seawater can hold heat for much longer than an atmospheric temperature anomaly. So the ocean threatens the ice shelves and the ice sheets much more than the atmosphere does, and yet by not having the ship capacity to make these measurements, for much of the coastline, we have 0 measurements. For some of the coastline, we have a single measurement, and in very few places, we have repeat observations. And like I said, this is tied to future sea level rise. And so it's critically important that we get the measurements made there, not just once, but being able to go back a second time to see how the situation is changing.
Thank you. Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Professor. Thank you for being with us today. I'm on the opposite side in WA, so I'd just like to go to the point around the decadal plan. One of the things in your recommendations was a rolling plan, which I suspect you might want to expand on. And what actually in your contributions to the current decadal plan proposal are you particularly strongly connected to or that you were part of? And you also mentioned in your references to that plan aligned logistics and other resources. And it comes back to the resourcing piece, the rolling plan, and how you contributed to the existing plan, and 2, if you could expand any further on the alignment of logistics and resources in line with what you were part of with that decadal plan, please.
Yeah, that's a good question. And so, part of the reason for this push for a rolling decadal plan is just that the comment I had earlier about just now about the measurements being so poorly, we just have no data in many regions. And so to have a decadal plan that has the ability to be updated at a shorter return time than once every decade is critical, because we just are finding out so much at the moment at a pace that we need the ability to update the plan in a rolling way. And so I'll give you an example. That Totten Shelf is a good example where we know that there's significant amount of sea level locked up in the ice behind that. We go make a measurement there, and if that's midway through, it actually occurred midway through a decadal cycle for the Antarctic Decadal Plan, and to have that measurement as a once-off and to sort of, in a way, not incorporate that into the planning for a decade of science for Antarctica is too infrequent. And so it really comes down to the fact that we're measuring a part of our climate system in many ways for the very first time. Many parts of Antarctica, when we make a measurement there, it's the first ever measurement. And if that measurement gives us assurance that the change is there, that we're not near any sort of tipping points, and that we sort of have confidence that the system there is not at a point of change that is going to threaten future sea level rise, then we wouldn't need to update the plan. But having a rolling plan enables us to be more nimble in how we organise the science for the Antarctic continent. And back to the logistics question, again, to invest in experiments and field work down on Antarctica, what we plan now for the next decade might need updating in a couple of years when we go and make that first measurement at a particular location, because imagine sort of having a decadal plan for the moon in the mid-60s. You get there and you make a measurement, you understand something for the very, very first time. that decadal plan doesn't need to be thrown out, but it needs to be able to be updated.
Thanks, Professor. Just a final question. You know, in your one of the important points in your submission was around upholding the principles of the treaty. Are there any key elements that you want to put on the record today of that you feel are an issue currently?
I think the main thing from the perspective of a scientist who looks at the continent and looks at how it's changing, the one thing I would say is that we aren't meeting our obligations in terms of the relative scale of our scientific investment. It's done in fragmented initiatives. It comes from multiple government departments. I know that there's concern from the government about Antarctica. I'm not doubting that for a moment, but the funding, the way Antarctic science is funded, doesn't meet our treaty obligations in the sense that it's impermanent. It's not done in a way that's coordinated. We have multiple Antarctic centres and initiatives. That's not a bad thing to have multiple scientists working on the problem, but the fact that it's not coordinated in a nationally in a national way, like say we have aims for the Great Barrier Reef, is a real cause for concern. And I think it is at odds with our obligations under the treaty.
Could you suggest, sorry, Chair, just quickly, would there be, what would you see if there was that umbrella approach? What would be the direct benefits of that in what we're trying to achieve?
There'd be minimal duplication of efforts. You know, we'd have a coordinated program of science. So Hobart's the logical location for this. The Antarctic Division sits there already. We do have a lot of expertise on the mainland. I'm based in Sydney. You'd have a distributed system where scientists on the mainland would still contribute to that program, but something that's nationally coordinated would avoid duplication. It would enable us to target the most pressing aspects of Antarctic research in a coordinated way, taking advantage of the full community. And so you wouldn't have a glaciologist sitting in one centre, another one in another centre, separate in different programs, potentially with duplicative efforts. So it's just a matter of bringing together the science that's done, but in a way that's coordinated and meets the decadal plan and meets our obligations under the treaty.
Thank you, Professor, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ms Clayton.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, I've thrown you over to this screen now. Thank you, Dr. England. I'm interested, and I'm not sure whether you'll be able to expand on this or it might be a question for another witness later in the day, but you mentioned aims a couple of times in your testimony then around it being potentially a model that we might look to. And I'm just sort of wondering if there's anything. I'm aware of the Institute and the work. I've visited that centre before, but are there any other examples in any jurisdictions at all, really, for a model of funding of the type that you're talking, which is really kind of in order to deliver some kind of certainty of an existence of a research institute? And I am interested in your thoughts as well. You made a note that perhaps there is a bit of a disjointedness about the way in which the kind of Antarctic research is done here, and we've got people in a range of places. So if you could talk to that, plus if you're aware of any other funding models that you would want us to look to in jurisdictions in addition to AIMS.
Yeah,
Thanks.
no, I mean, AIMS is often quoted as the example in our community as seeing a situation, a parallel scientific effort. So it's a good one to look at. I mean, the other one that comes to mind, it's a bigger scale, but an act of Parliament set up the Bureau of Meteorology and mandated that bureau to provide Australia with weather and seasonal forecasting outlooks, and so it's an obligation that agency has to deliver the science and the predictions and so on for our weather systems over Australia. That sets up perpetuity. The fact there's an act there that underpins the Bureau of Meteorology. So it's maybe a model to look at, but we, as signatories to the Antarctic Treaty, having a commitment from the government for a scientific effort that underpins our our 42% of the Antarctic continent, I think would be, would mean we'd get national coordination. And so that could be a model to look at. But I think that the point remains that, and the point we tried to make in that submission is that at the moment there are multiple centres with multiple scientific plans, multiple efforts around topic areas that actually overlap across the centres. So, we do try to coordinate across the centres. We do our best with that, but they are still three, as listed, those three university centres, AAPP, ACES that I'm part of, and SAFE. They are set up for different timelines with if you drill down to the detail, there's some quite similar concerns for those centres, and something nationally coordinated like an AIMS, and I hate to keep coming back to the one example, but it's the best one I know of. I think it sells ourselves short in terms of that scientific capability that we need to have. There's also the issue of scale, I think, as well, in that if you combine all three centres, I still think we're well short of, if you look at the West Antarctic sector, I don't know that it'd be a worthwhile calculation to do to look at the investment of science in the West Antarctic sector. I would imagine it would be about 100-fold what the investment in science is in the East Antarctic sector. But I could take that on notice and go and it would take a bit of time.
Really, pardon my ignorance here. Are we responsible for the East?
Yes, yeah, we
Thank
are
you.
responsible for
So
that.
who's working in the West where you think is infinitely better funded?
Oh, so in the West Antarctic sector, the main nations that are doing the science there are United States, and the UK has British Antarctic Survey, which has virtually all of its activities in the West Antarctic sector. And then there's all the nations, most of the nations in Europe, France, Germany, and so on. Those European nations, they generally, if you go at the longitude of the nation, you'll find where their Antarctic interests are. So here in the East Antarctic, we tend to have fewer, if I can use the term, developed nations in terms of scientific capacity. We don't, the Japanese and Koreans, the Chinese, they're looking at Antarctica. And they do tend to come to the East Antarctic, which is from sort of south of South Africa right across to south of New Zealand, that sort of sector of Antarctica. Mm-hmm. But we have fewer nations invested in that science. But Australia is clearly a lead in the East Antarctic sector, partly because of the treaty, partly because of the amount of the Antarctic continent that we have jurisdiction over.
Can I ask, and you may not know this question, which is fine, but are you aware of the funding models being used for those researching in the western side of the Antarctica?
Well, it varies from nation to nation. Some would be not too dissimilar to ours, but the British Antarctic Survey would be a very good example. That's where there's a single agency set up in the UK to undertake Antarctic research. Again, I don't know the numbers offhand, the annual budget for that, for the British Antarctic Survey.
What's called the
British Antarctic Survey.
Okay.
And it's based in Cambridge. They do get, by being in Cambridge, they get a lot of, there's a big connection to the University of Cambridge. They've got sort of joint appointments there, but it's a good example of a funding model in the sense it's probably more like an AIMS situation where there's a block funded, like a CSIRO or a Bureau of Meteorology, where there's a block funded amount of investment into Antarctic science by the British, but it's very much focused on the Weddell Sea, which is just south of South America.
Okay. Thank you for tolerating my questions. Trying to understand this landscape a little more. I do appreciate that. And have you tried pitching up the idea previously that if our treaty obligations represent 42% of the land mass, that we should be responsible for 42% of the scientific research being undertaken?
I don't think we've ever pushed that too hard, but it makes sense in the sense that basically there's a whole lot of the continent that needs to be to make measurements that costs a certain amount of money. It's actually the thing that's even trickier for East Antarctica. It probably costs more money for us to do the research there because South America, if you look at a map of the world, Argentina is geographically very close to the Antarctic Peninsula. It's much easier to get to the Antarctic Peninsula to do research. It's a shorter ship crossing from the southern tip of South America to that region. Antarctica is further away from land masses in our sector, right across to south of South Africa, the land masses, and then, of course, going towards New Zealand, even bigger distances to some parts of the South Pacific sector of Antarctica.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. England, for your attendance today.
Thanks so much for the opportunity.
No, really appreciate it. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, if you could please forward it to the Secretariat by Friday, the 11th of October, and you will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and have an opportunity to request any corrections to transcription errors. Thank you again.
Thanks very much.
Do we have the next, or should I do it in person? Suspend or not?
You're free to.
Are we waiting on the next one? They're here, I think. Yeah. Okay. Are they? Oh, you're right. Thank you. I was looking at the screen. Sorry. I now welcome representatives of Monash University to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Thank you, Chair. I'm Stephen Loudon-Chan, and I'm here on behalf of Monash University.
And I'm Dr. Ariane Purick, here on behalf of Monash University.
Thanks for being here today. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing of proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. And I now invite you to make an opening statement before we proceed to questions.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the committee for the invitation to make a submission and to appear here today. I'm director of one of those centres. It's known as Securing Antarctica's Environmental Future, or SAFE. It's funded by the Australian Research Council under its Special Research Initiative in Excellence in Antarctic Science. I'm quite different to the others that have appeared today in that I'm a biologist by training, and I'm a science to policy specialist. So I've spent 40 years working in the Antarctic and about 20 years attending Antarctic Treaty consultative meetings as part of my role. I'm joined here today by Dr. Ariane Purick, a specialist in interactions between the ocean and atmosphere with a special focus on sea ice. And we've heard about the decline in sea ice. What's important for us also to realize is the Southern Ocean is a major carbon dioxide sink. So a lot of our anthropogenic CO2 emissions end up in the Southern Ocean, and what the sea ice change will mean is not clear. What the sea ice change effects will be on krill, the small crustaceans that are in the base of the food web for the whole of the Southern Ocean, as ecosystems and species like albatrosses, penguins and seals, as well as whales, is also not clear. Our submission makes it obvious, to us anyway, that Antarctica is in our national interest for 4 primary reasons. The first is, of course, the effect of the ice sheets on sea level rise. Together, they constitute 58 metres of potential sea level rise, although we're not likely to get that anytime soon. The IPCC has not ruled out 2 metres of sea level rise by the end of the century, which is essentially in today's newborns' lifespans. The second is that the region influences our extreme events, heat waves, droughts, and bushfires. The third is that we're an original signatory to the Antarctic Treaty, and we have an obligation to protect the future of the continent's environments and its biodiversity. In other words, the remarkable plants and animals that we know from the continent. And finally, and importantly to us, a strong Antarctic treaty system keeps our southern approach free from military conflict and ensures that a region of the world critical for our future can be appropriately safeguarded. Science leadership is critical in the Antarctic treaty system, given that the region is, in the words of the protocol, a natural reserve devoted to peace and science. As a university, we take pride in the sector generally's role in securing Antarctica's future, in particular through leading research that constitutes the majority of what we know about the continent, providing the workforce of the future across science, across those in policy, many of those that you see operating in the Antarctic space, be they lawyers or diplomats or others, have come through universities for their training. We provide new ways to potentially unlock stalled geopolitical debates. And of course, as a university, we recall that inspiration about Antarctica frequently comes from historians, artists, and those writing books about the continent. In our view, if we can't secure Antarctica's future, we can't really secure our own. It's a real pleasure to be here today, and we look forward to taking questions from the committee.
Thank you very much, Professor. Could you, where to begin? Can you tell us a bit more about the SAFE program and why it's important to Antarctic science and research?
Yes, so in 2017, as part of the Antarctic Strategy and 20-year action plan that the division and the department actually had Dr. Tony Press deliver, there was also a science review which Mr. Drew Clark undertook, and in that there were several recommendations, and the Commonwealth responded with essentially 2 terminating funding models, and they've given rise to these 3 large centres you see. One of those models was in fact through the Australian Research Council, and that was the Special Research Initiative in Excellence in Antarctic Science. As with all ARC funding, it was an open competition to essentially the university sector. We put in a bid and we succeeded. And SAFE is a program that's about how's the environment changing, the physical environment in particular. What does that mean for Antarctica's life? And then how does that influence what we should be doing as a nation in the geopolitical forums that look after the Antarctic, both in the marine sector and in the terrestrial one? And effectively, we do research and we train the workforce. So we have PhD students and postdoctoral researchers. And one of the things that SAFE prides itself on is that if you look across our approximately 140 members currently, we're about 60% women, and that's true from the leadership all the way through to our PhD students. So effectively, that's what we do. We have effectively a science to policy approach, and we have worked together with our colleagues in the Antarctic Division and those in the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade to see to it that we're giving effect to evidence we need to secure our leadership position in the Antarctic.
Thank you. In your submission, you recommend creating a dedicated institutional structure, such as an Australian National Antarctic Research Institute for research that incorporates universities, Commonwealth agencies, and the Australian Antarctic Division. Could you explain why you think that's necessary and how that would work, how that would benefit the science that we're able to do?
Yes. We've had the privilege of listening to people as a member of the audience this morning, and I think what's clear and what's clear to us is that the problems in the Antarctic are really important for Australia and for the globe. We have some handouts which we'll leave with you that explain it very simply. Those problems need sustained activity, and they need sustained activity not over a number of decadal areas, but for longer, and that implies a workforce that has a sustained future. So postdocs and PhD students that know they have a future coming for them, that they know that they will be trained in this area and can continue in the area and can address these large problems, including the surprises like that rapid sea ice change that took place that Dr. Purich is a specialist in. To do that, you require something that has an integrated approach, that can approach the problem from all kinds of areas, and that has a sustained future. The best model for those that I've seen anywhere are these major agencies that operate in that kind of fashion. So you've heard the name of one so far, which was the British Antarctic Survey. I think for me, the Alfred Wegener Institute in Germany is similarly continuous. They have a mandate to investigate the oceans and the poles, and they have a mandate to train students and to ensure that there's world-class research coming out of Germany to give effect to their ambitions for the Antarctic Treaty System. If we don't have that, we essentially have a set of terminating funding measures that has everybody trying to figure out what will be next, where will they go, and we lose capacity, we lose critical mass, we lose experience, and that, I think, is not in our national interest in this particular area. In other areas of competitive science, the competition is important. Here, I think having a look at the quality regularly is important, but having a sustained model is absolutely essential, and that's one that might work really well.
Yeah, thank you. What is the value of the Antarctic Treaty System to Australia, and why is it important that we are a leader in science to that?
The Antarctic Treaty itself, the initial 1959 treaty, it was negotiated concluded in 59, came into force in 1961, was effectively a Cold War treaty. So it set aside military conflict in the region. That's fabulous for us if you think about our contested world at the moment, that our southern approach, the Southern Ocean and the Antarctic continent, so in all those areas south of 60 degrees, are effectively free of military conflict by agreement of the world's nations. And I think that in a world that's so contested is of inestimable value. The treaty itself was set up just after the 1957-1958 International Geophysical Year, where scientists thought, well, this is a big problem, we'd better start understanding how our world works, let's work together. And in consequence, the treaty was built on that scientific collaboration approach, and at its centre, scientific collaboration was held up. Now, as an initial signatory, Australia is in quite a special position. Those 12 nations will always be members of the Antarctic Treaty. Anybody coming in addition, if they wish to become a consultative party, in other words, contribute to the decisions, needs to be really capable at science. But the way it's evolved is that the respect and the extent to which a nation is listened to in the treaty meetings is highly dependent on its scientific capability. If you're doing leading science that's societally significant and clearly so, then all of the other nations at the table will listen to you. And for that reason, research has to remain the centre point of our activity in the region. Of course, it also tells us about where we might be going as a nation, what the shocks are we might be facing, and how we might be able to deal with them.
Thank you. Your submission mentions failure in political statecraft in the Antarctic Treaty System. Can you please elaborate on what you mean by that?
Up until quite recently, the treaty itself. So for the Antarctic Treaty System, the main bodies include the consultative meetings, the Committee for Environmental Protection, which advises the treaty parties, and then separately the Commission for the Conservation of Antarctic Marine Living Resources that meets separately. So the treaty and the Commission itself were in the beginning, I would say, fairly friendly international bodies. There was not a lot of contestation. And the Commission, Kamala Commission, began with more difficulty as a consequence of the fact that it also regulates fishing, to the point where it's very difficult to get agreement on very much at all just at the moment. So I would, as a scientist, imagine that diplomats are really able to overcome these sorts of difficulties, because in the history of international relations, this has been done before, but it really seems to be a big struggle at the moment. In the treaty itself, because there's no fishing involved, I think the stakes were, let's protect the continent. Everybody agreed on that. But more recently, there's been failure to agree on even simple things. So, for example, the specially protected areas, it's like little conservation regions in different parts of the continent. They have a 5-year review plan. And usually what happens is the nation that's responsible for that area comes in with a plan. Everybody says, fantastic, this is well done. They may have some scientific questions of clarification, but otherwise it proceeds through and everybody agrees to it. Recently, there have been nations that have said, no, not going to agree, which is very unusual for something that's actually very well set out and should be straightforward. So at the moment, there's a lot of difficulty that's developing, and figuring out how to overcome that and which are the best ways forward is really essential if the treaty is to retain its fantastic function it's had to date.
Thank you. Deputy Chair.
Thank you, and thank you, Professor and Dr. Purich, for being here. Couple of questions. In your submission, you referred to, as you've just been talking about now, a number of organisations in this research space where Australia should seek to have a top 3 position. And on the back of the Chair's questions, what is the reason that Australia doesn't have a top 3 position on each of these particular organisations you've mentioned in Recommendation 1, given Australia's role in Antarctica? And my second question, you touched on the need to keep Antarctica free from military conflict. I'd be very interested in your views around where you see any risks emerging in that space. So just those 2 questions, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I think at the moment it's not entirely clear where we are in our position across those 4 bodies. So 3 of them are Antarctic Treaty System bodies, and the 4th is a body of the International Science Council known as the Scientific Committee on Antarctic Research. So where we actually rank as a nation, I would say at a guess, we're probably in the top 5, but the key point is to sustain that leadership. Because if we're leading in those areas, then we have a big influence on what happens in the region. And of course, as a claimant state, although the treaty sets the claim, sort of freezes the claim according to Article 4, as a claimant state with a claim on 42% of the continent, we have a huge responsibility. So leading the dialogue and leading the discussions is absolutely essential. And to do so, you need to be able to demonstrate that you have scientific capability that leads to good decision-making. You have to be able to demonstrate that you're undertaking research that understands both our sector and others and what the problems will be. You should be able to make good representation on what the values are of the area we're looking after. So what would be the values of Enderby land? We haven't been there since the 1980s. What are the values of some of Wilkes and Oates land? That's towards the New Zealand sector. No idea. We haven't been there either for a long time. So that's the reason it's critical to do work to keep up those top-tier positions so that we actually lead the dialogue and we're able to ensure that the values we have, and in fact that the treaty upholds, are upheld despite these difficulties it's currently facing.
So are you saying at the moment that we do not have that influence given the 42% issue? Given the quality of either our scientific research or other, are you saying that we do not hold a top 3 position in the eyes of that treaty and those organisations?
I would say that currently we're really influential, but I would say that if we continue with a fragmented approach, then our influence will decline, given the investments of other nations. So this is a bit like a horse race in a sense, in that it's not just your capability, but it's how fast other nations are scaling up theirs. And relatively speaking, I would say that we're in a tricky position at the moment. As our submission made clear, I think we're on a bit of a cusp as things are starting to change, and it's the continued investment in a lined-up fashion that's really critical.
And who is it that makes the judgments in relation to those organisations as to the influence? Is it simply by the investment? Because if that's the case, my other question around the free from military conflict and the investment of other nations and what and where they may invest in is a real issue if that's the issues around the prominence in these organisations.
Certainly, my experience of the Antarctic Treaty is that the prominence comes from what you introduce by way of papers and new topics and comments on areas of interest. So, for example, if the treaty parties are worried, which they are, about growing tourism in the peninsula sector, not in East Antarctica, but last season there were 100,000 tourists that visited the peninsula, about 80,000 landed, 20,000 were just on ships. So they want to know, what can we do about it? How could this be regulated to limit environmental damage? If Australia puts in good papers on that, experience we've had, research that we're developing, then we lead the conversation and we're seen as contributing to concerns in the region. If we were silent on it, then everybody would wonder what we're doing in the area. So that's one of the ways in which we do so. And of course, research investment enables you to have that leadership because you're looking into these areas. It could be ice sheet change, it could be sea ice, it could be tourism impacts on terrestrial life, it could be the future of marine life. With respect to... Oh, sorry, carry on, Deputy Chair.
Sorry, Professor. I was just going to say, just as a final, that a question about where you see the greatest risks in relation to military conflict, please.
Well, the treaty sets aside the area as to be free from military conflict. That does not mean that the defence forces of various nations cannot support the science. So we do. We have the Royal Australian Air Force with C-17 flights in that support the science. The same is true of other nations. The concerns that have been raised by some is to do with the extent to which there's dual-use technology, are there kind of satellite receiving stations and so on. That's not my area of expertise. I know those concerns have been raised, and our submission suggests that we should be thoughtful about how collaborative science actually can provide a way to ensure that we have diplomacy that keeps the treaty region free of military interventions.
Thanks, Professor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Did you have questions?
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Ms. Clayton.
Thank you to both. I just wouldn't mind your thoughts. Thank you for the reference to the, I think it was the Alfred Wagner Institute. Yeah, so we'll have a look at that. I'm interested in how these international jurisdictions are kind of managing the problem that you are putting before us today. And who is setting the priority research agenda for the Antarctica? There are a lot of countries working there. You're involved in cross-jurisdictional forums, even if we're not in a top 3 tier in all of them perhaps, but like, how is that established, and how are you or other researchers making decisions about what you're leaning into? You know, like you have your own research agenda, presumably, but you are also contributing, as you've made clear, that, you know, to get a seat at the table of dialogues and decision-making, you need to bring some sort of collaborative research aims and papers to the table as well. So just step me through how that works in practice.
So what I'll do is I'll give you an example of how it's kind of coordinated from a top-down approach, and then I'll ask Ariane to talk about the sea ice surprise and how that's changed things. So the Scientific Committee on Antarctic Research, which is a body of the International Science Council, our Australian Academy of Science is the adhering body, so this is a group of scientists. SCAR, as it's known, the Scientific Committee, and it's made up of multiple nations, about 50 nations contribute, all of whom are active in the Antarctic Treaty Area. SCAR is in fact 1 year older than the treaty, so the scientists were quite well organised. And SCAR the scientists discuss among themselves, you know, what's really worrying us about the Antarctic across almost every field. So, and through that emerge common sense answers like everybody's worried about sea level rise. So that will come up and say, if we're going to work together internationally, what the ice sheets are doing is absolutely critical. And then coordinates among nations and sets an agenda saying, in a strategic plan, that this is top-tier science. We really need to answer this question internationally. They may also say, as a good example, what's the future of the penguin species that we've all agreed we would look after in the Antarctic? Fast ice, the sort of more permanent contribution of sea ice, is where those penguins breed. If it breaks out, the chicks all drown. In the 2022 season, the estimate is 9,000 chicks drowned, 19 colonies were affected. What are we going to do about that? How much do we understand? What research do we need? So those essentially float up and become a discussion, and the nations adhere to them. And by and large, you will see that those questions are reflected, say, for example, in our decadal planning process here, in the UK strategy, in Germany's strategy. And we then agree that to answer this question, we might need several nations working together. So that means the deployment of several ships at particular times of year and into particular spaces to understand the whole of the continent's behaviour. But that's kind of great planning that you do together from emerging science and so on, but occasionally
you get a crisis.
Just get a shock. And that's where Orion could explain.
Right, so I guess...
where the best paid lands, the best paid plans come asunder.
Right,
so over to you, Dr. Barrett.
Yeah, thank you. So I guess you need these Professor Chown talked about scientists talking and then this feeding upwards, and this really actually does inform it. We go to scientific meetings, we have online meetings, we're all looking at the topics that interest us. So for me, this is sea ice, and we're seeing it as an evolving system. And so Antarctic sea ice has been really interesting. It was relatively stable for a long time, and this was, I guess, an interesting quirk. But in 2016, it declined, and it's been low since. And so people talk about this, they're researching it, and this filters up. But when something really crazy happens, that's when everybody starts turning their heads and starts to focus on it. So last year, sea ice was just completely off the charts. Like, I think it was the largest climate anomaly globally. It was huge. Everybody across the climate space is talking about that. And this means that Antarctic researchers are now seeing this as a priority. It had to become a priority because we didn't know enough about it. We didn't anticipate it. And so I guess this filters up. Now people are saying, what else can we do? And so Dr. Morrison and Dr. Meyer talked a lot about we need to get more observations. So we need the ships to be observing parts of the Southern Ocean and the sea ice. There are also all these flow-on effects. So we hadn't been necessarily so concerned about these because we didn't expect sea ice to decline so rapidly. Now that sea ice has declined, we don't know what's going to happen next year and in the next decade and what this can mean for us here in Australia. Okay, so sea ice, I'm happy to talk about this in more detail, but it affects our climate, it affects the stability of ice shelves and sea level, it affects the carbon cycle, but we don't know what the net effect is. These can all matter to us here. As Professor Chown said, it affects krill and the Southern Ocean food webs. And so these surprises happen. Everybody's looking at the system, and then that drives the priorities. Yep. Now we need to know what's going to happen when sea ice is changing.
Do you anticipate there might be a bit more of that in the future, just responding to...
So it's a really good question.
To unexpected events? Or maybe not unexpected, I don't know. I don't want to put words in your mouth. Maybe you've predicted this, I don't know.
It's a really good question, and I think we're all trying to understand. You know, we've had this abrupt change in sea ice specifically. Can we have further abrupt change? I guess this is the nature of surprises. I think we didn't expect such a fast change. Now that it's happened once, I guess in sea ice we could be sort of prepared for it to happen again, but there could be other systems of the climate that changed abruptly. Professor England was mentioning, you know, they had this measurement of the ocean temperature in front of the Totten Glacier, and they didn't know it was going to be so warm. Now they found out that it is. We need to watch that area more closely. There's, I guess, in this region of the world that's really hard to observe, there are going to be surprises. For sea ice, this year has been very low as well, so I don't know what this means for the future.
Okay. Probably just end, because I know I'm going to run out of time here, but I probably want to go back to something that Miss Marino was talking about, the absence of Australia now occupying sort of top 3 tiered level positions in these international forums. Was there a time when we did lead those, and when was that? and what do you think has changed? If that's true, or maybe we've not ever been in that position, I don't know.
No, I think we have, and one of the points I made is that it's actually quite difficult to know where we are just at the moment because things have been changing quite quickly. So we could be in the top 3. We haven't really made very good measures. The centre I'm running is actually figuring out how we can do so. But I do think that when we have a system of support where we have terminating measures as we do, then what happens is when we have surprises, such as the one that you just heard about, we're not necessarily in a good position to have an entity that says, okay, we'll look into that, we'll switch direction and look into it, because we fund it for a short period and everybody's actually going, what are we going to do next? Are you going to be looking at this? Actually, no, I'm going to be writing my funding proposal for the next ARC round to get me there. So I think that what we need to think about is how have we done this? And I think we have, at least in a lined-up fashion, declined since the 1990s when we were a little more synthetic in our approach and had more capability to go to sea to have a look at these. With the current model we have, as everybody's pointed out, our capability to go to sea when we need to is severely limited. And some areas of the Antarctic continent itself, like if somebody said, what's the ice sheet doing, what's the history in Enderby Land? So Professor Abram might ask you that, be asked that question, and the answer would be, no idea. Can we get there? Mawson is full for quite some time still, so that will be problematic. If we do go there, it will have to be using the ship as a platform to get into that area, because it's actually set up beautifully for doing that, given its helicopter capability and so on. We need to be able to do so. And I think that that's what will determine our position and whether we can keep it.
Thank you for clarifying. I had misunderstood. And you're looking at ways in which we might, your centre, I think is trying to better understand how we are positioned, how we build on. Are you also looking at building the capability where you've pointed out that there are severe constraints now? Is that the responsibility of your centre or somebody else looking at the overall, ramping up Australia's scientific capability there?
I don't actually think it's all of our responsibility. I think it's one of those where, and I know sometimes my colleagues anyway look at me and say that's a strange answer, but I think that it's an all of science and all of government responsibility. Asking the question, what do we want to do? How would we like our influence to play out? And what science do we require that's in support of the national interest, and how we take that forward in more than just the next 5 years, but in actual fact several decades. We do know that some of the others in the Antarctic region have planning horizons that extend for several decades, whereas ours tend to be short. You just heard 3 years for one centre, 7 years for another centre, then what are we going to do? What should we be looking at? And I don't think that that's a good way for us to ensure that we have our influence.
Can I really throw the cat amongst the pigeons then, because you're all scattered all over the place? There's been, one school of thought is to consolidate and have an institute that might be, funded with greater certainty than you currently have. How's the sector going to respond to a kind of to that proposal, where you all lose your individual schools, researchers, centres, or whatever, and have an institute or a central research organisation, statutory authority, body, whatever we're going to call it?
Well, I wouldn't be able to speak for all of my colleagues, but I would say that something that struck me is that the lined-up thinking in the science community over the past several years, in part, in fact, facilitated by the decadal planning that the previous chief scientist of the Australian Antarctic Division, Professor Nicole Webster, undertook, was that I think that a lot of the community would be quite comfortable doing so, because we've realised that this is an enormous problem. We have to work together, and it's in our country's interest to do so. So I think that you would meet less resistance than might otherwise be expected from a group of university academics, having been one for so long.
Thank you, Professor. I appreciate you add a caveat that you are not speaking for everyone, but yes.
Can I just add to that?
Yes.
Speaking as a sort of early career scientist, from our perspective, I have felt, and I discussed this with a lot of my colleagues, that the separate centres has been a tricky situation to work in, and we would welcome the opportunity to have a collaborative centre that was inclusive. I think that's where we get the best science. That's where we can answer these really important questions from.
Thanks, Dr. Pugh. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, if you could please forward it to the Secretariat by Friday the 11th of October, and you will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and have an opportunity to request any corrections to transcription errors. Thank you again for your attendance today. We will now suspend until around 2 p.m. Open proceedings of the Joint Standing Committee on the National Capital and External Territories, and welcome representatives of the ANARE Club to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Yes, my name is David Dodd, and I'm the president of the ANARE Club, an incorporated body founded in 1951.
Thank you very much for joining us today, Mr. Dodd. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing of proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make an opening statement before we proceed to members' questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to members of the Joint Committee. I've introduced myself, and the club thanks the Standing Committee for the opportunity of addressing the committee here today. At first glance, our name, ANARE Club, seems rather out of place with the other witnesses listed to appear before the committee. However, our members, past and present, have proudly served Australia's interests in Australian Antarctic Territory for the past 77 years. The club is very proud and passionate of its record and legacy left by former members and national councils. And if I can apologise, we really proudly boast that we punch above our weight. Now, I've made some submissions to the committee about the main items that they are concerned about. Would you like me to go through those, or how would you like to proceed?
If you'd like to briefly talk to those, that could be good. But we've received and read the submissions, so.
Yes. Look, before I go, can I just start on that point? Why are we here today? As I've mentioned, the club is really unusual in terms of the other members or the other witnesses appearing in the past hearings and today. And we really are looking at the issue of public engagement. As I've said, most of the witnesses are interested in the scientific importance of Antarctica to our national interests in the areas of climate change, Southern Ocean, marine science, weather systems. Even the Tasmanian witnesses are concerned about the Tasmanian economy and the Gateway to Antarctica concept and all its attendant issues. But what has not been addressed in the department's 20-year action plan is a clearly articulated reaching out policy of public engagement with the Australian public and reaching out and understanding the nation's history of engagement in Antarctica. So that's why the club has made a submission. Its own constitution addresses this whole question of public interface, and we've been doing it for the last 75 years at least. So that's the reason why we're here today. As I've said in my submission, the club's constitution requires it to generate awareness of Australian Antarctic history. It also requires us to serve as a source of information and informed content of the Antarctic issues, and to generate awareness and interest in the wider public on issues and developments in Antarctica. And the other issue, of course, is that in recent times, government departments, universities and the like haven't moved away from documenting their involvement in Antarctica, and it's been left to, in a general sense, to anyone who would like to pursue a history of Australia's Antarctic involvement. So the club has reached out and taken on that role. And here we are today issuing quarterly Aurora journals, which are actually, one is sent to the Prime Minister and Minister Plebiscite, and I think we send 14 to the various ministries in the Parliament in Canberra. So we are reaching out and trying to engage the public into this very important question of public engagement in Antarctic activities and so on. So I just wanted to make that point because we are unusual, being a not-for-government organisation, but and we receive no government funds, of course, and but we do have a very important oral history program where we spend thousands of funds on recording the stories of former expeditioners who made significant contributions to Australia's research and development in Antarctica. So that's a very proud role that the club has taken on. Just returning to the questions, the basic questions raised in your inquiry, the terms of reference, we very much support the Antarctic Treaty System, and that's a remarkable treaty in this day and age, with the world order in complete upheaval. And it's really a shining example of what can happen if people around the world and governments pull together. So we support that, and we've acted in accordance with those treaty obligations when we have served Australia down south. The other issue, of course, is conservation and protecting the unique biodiversity. And while we're all when we've served down south, we're very much aware of that role and function as we go about our duties and so on. So that's really been a very important aspect of working in Antarctica. We know how to mix with the the penguins, and when we go to rookeries, and so on and so on. The other issue, the other issue is on Heard Island, we note that we left there in 1955. There's still a lot of cleaning up to do. And of course, the old Wilkes base has a lot of remediation to be followed up. And this has been the subject of a recent press announcement. The other issue was developing the better understanding of global environmental climate science. Now, I guess this is where it falls into our interest group, because this engagement with the Australian public, I believe, is extremely important. And you can see our record there. Since 2009, the club has facilitated over 300 Australian and New Zealand secondary school students to fly down to Antarctica on a day's flight, and they can see the majestic mountains of Antarctica, the glaciers, the whole vista. And that is very sobering to our younger students who see a wilderness in its true form. We've organised a lot of activities, and I can talk about those if you'd like to hear about them. Engaging the Australian public, heritage activities. We found ship spells of the earliest ships that went down to Antarctica and presented them to the nation, and so on. The real issue, though, and it goes back to public engagement, is that in 2029, we've got the 100th anniversary of Mawson's Banzari expedition, which really enabled the British government, or forced the British government, to hand over Australian Antarctic territory to Australia. Now, this opportunity of a 100-year longitudinal study, when the Mawson was down there in 2029, today will provide researchers with an enormous laboratory, if you like, to compare what's happened to Antarctica over those 100 years. This hasn't really been signalled in the manifesto on Australian Antarctic Strategy and a 20-year action plan, which was issued in 2022. So we're hoping that the decadal plan, which the Senate inquiries into Antarctic funding will require a 10-year science program to be produced for the Parliament, and that this will include the 100th anniversary, which I think is really requires a national commemoration because of the outcome which gave us Australian Antarctic territory.
Thank you,
Sorry, yes.
Sorry, Mr. Dodd. I just we want to make sure we've got time for some questions. If there are any final points you wanted to make, or
well, not really. I think that's in a nutshell. We've got the International Polar Year coming up in 2032. We have a Royal Society of Victoria who was involved in that International Polar Year from the first polar year in 1882. So again, Australia has a very important historical track record.
Why is it so important? I can hear the really important work that the Inari Club is doing to raise public awareness of Australia's Antarctic history. Why is that so important that the public understand that?
Well, I think there are a number of reasons. One is, of course, the amount of money we spend down there. As you are aware, there's something like $200 million each year just to service the bases down there. When I went down there, it was bucket showers once a week. I'm not suggesting that should have remained today, but now the stations are almost like five-star hotels, and that's to be commendable. I'm not decrying that, but Australia spends an enormous amount of money, and I think the public in this day and age needs to be reassured that it's all worthwhile, that the new icebreaker we're getting our full value from the new icebreaker. And so I think that's one reason. The other reason is that we are the leader down there. And I think Australia should be very proud of Australia's participation as an original signatory, and that they should be made aware in a historical sense as well as in a current activity sense of what we're doing down there on behalf of Australia. So there are 2 points I'd like to make.
Thank you. And with your own long experience in it, and obviously as someone who knows a lot about the history, how do you think we're going at the moment in terms of the science that we're doing and the priority that the government in particular is putting on that?
Well, I think now that the division has become very bureaucratically organised now. I mean, years ago it was a different agency. It interacted much more with the Antarctic family, if you like. I think how shall I say? I mean, you have to be careful here. We have a great working relationship with the Antarctic Division, and I see this continuing on for some time. But I think we need to work better in interacting with our Australian public. You've got a situation in Tasmania where the local press is watching the Antarctic Division unfairly, I believe, very closely. If they put a foot out of step, they're pounced on and so on. I think that's a great pity, because I think the activity behind the division is well organised, and we should be proud of that activity. But I think there is a need for more public engagement. Now, it's very hard to engage the public, particularly in this day and age with things are very tight in terms of the economy and so on. But I think that has to be worked upon, and the club, with its contacts and reaching out policy, is well placed to help out in this regard.
Thank you. I'm really interested in you've mentioned the flyovers that you've organised for school students. So yes. Who gets to go on that, and how does that work? And
we work through the schools, and we work through disadvantaged schools. But the problem, of course, with disadvantaged schools is a cost angle. But we negotiated discount fares for school children, boys and girls. And this worked for nearly 10 years using the old Qantas 747s, which took something like 375 passengers. So out the back of the plane, there were cheap seats. And, but now Qantas are flying Dreamliners down there for a day's flight from major capital cities. And you can only get half a dozen cheap seats, and it's been difficult. What we have done, though, is work with the universities, and we put on PhD students with, say, 3 with a supervisor, and they conduct experiments as they fly down to Antarctica and over the South Magnetic Pole and so on. And so that's going on to this day. And we've got a group coming out of Melbourne University this current summer season doing that. But it's difficult. And for instance, we charter a ship. The club would like to charter a ship to retrace Mawson's 1929 Banzari expedition, and we could put on selected senior school students for that exercise and so on.
Oh, that's wonderful. I'll just see if the Deputy Chair has any questions.
Oh, look, I just think, Mr. Dodd, that you and Ari are doing a fabulous job. I think you're very right in saying that the general public certainly needs to be better engaged. Any sort of other ideas you have in that regard? I've read about your views around Mawson and what should happen there. But the public engagement piece, I think you're very right in that the Australian people constantly want to know how their taxpayers' dollars are being spent and on what. And I think you've alluded to a much better public engagement process. So if you do have other ideas apart from what's in your submission, I think we would be, the committee, well, I certainly would be interested in hearing what you think they would be, if it is not just your club, but in other senses. But I really do commend you, and I acknowledge the Chair's comments around taking students. I think that is fantastic, and I'd love to see more students from my part of the world, which of course is Western Australia, be able to have that opportunity. But I think the hearts and minds piece is very important. So just to make a comment and then just say, if you do have any other suggestions in a managed way of how to raise public awareness, I would be interested to hear that. And even if it is separately to this hearing right now.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. Yes, I have a very quick response because we have instituted video teleconference calls with each station. Now, this only takes about an hour, and we could extend this, I believe, to linking up schools, and they can have a direct hour-long conference with a station, Macquarie Island or Mawson, and talk to real live expeditioners in the field, as it were. So we're exploring that. We've done this for 2 years now, and this is really the club interfacing with our prospective members, if you like.
Yeah.
But it's feasible. It's quite feasible. It doesn't cost that much. And you get to the right heart. It may well be we should be doing this with teachers, science teachers, direct. When they meet for conferences, we can have an hour-long hookup with any one of the stations. It has to be timed, given the zone times and so on. But it's achievable and at least cost.
Yeah, look, thank you, Chair. Thank you. I understand that there may be other members with questions or comments as well.
Thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. Ms Claydon.
Thank you, Mr Dodd, for your evidence and obvious enthusiasm for increasing public interest and awareness here. You did talk to us about the 100th anniversary that is coming up from the Sir Douglas Mawson's voyages, and if I've read your submission correctly, I think your preference is for an international conference to mark this special occasion. And I am just wondering if you had, if you wanted to step us through what your thinking is there, and perhaps whether the 100th anniversary might not be also an occasion to explain to the public, you know, where there'll be an interest in what's happening because of this anniversary, a little bit more about the significant role of Australia's presence and research in Antarctica.
Well, I think the fact that it's a 100th anniversary is a springboard for some real interface with the public and with the science community, because they have what I call a longitudinal study of what Mawson dredged up from the seabed, the areas that he went to, the proclamation he did. It's real earthy stuff and history that Australia should be proud of. I mean, Australia goes right back to 1895, and you can go right back to 1820 when the Russian Bellinghausen went to Macquarie Island, the first scientific expedition and the second to circumnavigate Antarctica after Cook in 1773. And we've just celebrated Cook's 250th anniversary of crossing the Antarctic Circle. So, and Cook, of course, came up the east coast of, in the second voyage, came up the east coast, as well as Bellinghausen, the Russian, stayed with Governor Macquarie, and went ashore at Macquarie Island, etc., etc. So there's some marvellous history in anniversaries. And this 100th anniversary, they don't come round, well, they only come round each 100 years. I won't see the next 100th anniversary. So it's a marvellous springboard, a marvellous opportunity for the government and the Antarctic Division. And I hope to God they have got this on their drawing board, because it's a springboard for the International Polar Year, which comes up in 2 years after. So,
sorry, what comes up 2 years after?
The International Polar Year.
Ah, thank you.
Now, this is a stock take of the Earth's polar regions, the Arctic and the Antarctic. And this started off in 1882, and the Professor Neumeier, who was a member of the Royal Society of Victoria, was the instigator. And then the second one was in 1932-33. Again, members of the Royal Society were involved. 1957, Dr. Philip Law, and 2007-8, and I pushed the Royal Society into flying down to the South Magnetic Pole on the 100th anniversary of its discovery by Mawson, and in 1909. and we flew down there and over the magnetic pole within 1 hour, 100 years after they arrived at the pole. So, and then we took 52 students on board. We had the flag of which was flown at the South Magnetic Pole, made up of handkerchiefs on the plane. So there's some very exciting historic things.
I know, I can hear your passion, and thank you very much for that. I'm sure that the students have all benefited enormously from your generosity of sharing over many decades. So thank you. I know we've run out of time, but really appreciate your evidence today. Thanks.
Thank you for the opportunity, and we'll be in Canberra in October 2026 with the Prime Minister, I hope, and rattling the tin about Antarctica.
Excellent.
Thank you.
I hope we're all here too. Yeah. Thank you very much, and you'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, and we'll have an opportunity to request any corrections to transcription errors. Thank you very much again.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Oops. We have our next witness here.
I now welcome a representative of the Antarctic Science Foundation to give evidence. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Thank you. My name's Andrew Kelly. I'm the CEO of the Antarctic Science Foundation. I'm also an observer on the Australian Antarctic Science Council. My submission and testimony today is a reflection on my role.
Okay. Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing of proceedings of the respective houses. Giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. And I now invite you to make a statement before we proceed to questions.
Thank you, and I appreciate the invitation to appear before the committee today. The Antarctic Science Foundation was established 7 years ago. It was an initiative of the federal government, and I'd be happy to talk about that. Australia has been missed in the Antarctica has been missed in the Australian mythology. The story that we tell ourselves as a people and as a nation. Our achievements over more than a century and the extraordinary opportunities that Antarctica represents are largely absent in the contemporary consciousness. Among the wider public, the fascination, wonderment and awe, interest in Antarctica is a mile wide. But any deeper understanding of Antarctica's influence on our climate, our nation, and the importance for our future flourishing is barely an inch deep. This gap represents a significant disconnect and obstacle to any public support for this program, be it moral or financial, and represents an obstacle to us furthering our interests in Antarctica. Most Australians don't know that Australia has stewardship over 42% of Antarctica, a continent twice the size of Australia. They don't know that we are an original signatory to the Antarctic Treaty. They don't know that the annual expansion and contraction of sea ice around Antarctica represents the heartbeat of our Earth and drives our global ocean and climate systems. The Southern Ocean absorbs 12% of all human CO2 emissions. All oceans absorb around 30%, forests 26%, and the shortfall of 44% is the problem that we're trying to solve. And most Australians don't know that for more than a century, Australian scientists have maintained an esteemed and reputation for transformative and world-class research in Antarctica. Now, during my career promoting worthy causes to philanthropy, I've never seen a cause area like Antarctica. To be able to move people, focus policy, inform a national dialogue on climate disruption, and provide opportunities to position our people, our nation, and our economy for future flourishing. Antarctica doesn't shout, it whispers. And the only way we can decode those whispers is through scientific research. As a near neighbour, Antarctica is the canary in the coal mine. Last year, Antarctica sent humanity 3 very clear messages regarding climate disruption. Several emperor penguin colonies suffered catastrophic losses and breeding failures when sea ice in traditionally robust breeding areas gave way and thousands of penguins and eggs perished in the ocean. Secondly, Antarctic sea ice reached maximum lows both in the summer and winter since records began in 1979. And the overturning circulation in the Southern Ocean is slowing, which will have an effect on krill, which is a keystone species in that region, and that'll have knock-on effects for our fisheries north of the Antarctic Circle. Given the committed investment of the federal government in the Antarctic program and the extraordinary capacity for Antarctica to inform policy and societal outcomes through research, it's our recommendation, and certainly mine, that an investment in Antarctic communications and public outreach is needed to convey the importance of Antarctica to the wider Australian electorate, to convey Australia's leadership in this very unique domain, to communicate the great research stories that are coming out of Antarctica. It is good news what Australia is achieving down there. And to convey the opportunities for participation, employment, philanthropy, and partnerships across the wider program. This type of public outreach would have an outsized dividend against the investment that is currently committed by the federal government. Australians have been granted a valuable affordance to live next door to Antarctica, a proximity most other nations would vie for. But that was luck. How we listen to, converse with and identify with Antarctica through an all-of-nation dialogue, investment and research will ultimately determine our nation's long-term climate future. Best of all, we get to decide. We get to decide whether we live next door to a mentor or a monster.
Thank you very much. I am interested in how the foundation has been established and why, and particularly by a government. Could you talk through why that, how that happened and why?
Thank you. So that was part of the press report and the 20-year action plan to create a channel, a pathway for public outreach and particularly philanthropy to support transformative research in Australia, in Australian scientific circles in Antarctica.
Okay. And what, you mentioned it, is like no other cause that you've talked to philanthropists about. It does seem a very unique one. What motivates your major donors to, why choose this cause, do they?
So Antarctica is arguably humanity's greatest library. The information that we find down there through our scientific research is unique to anywhere on Earth. It tells us about the far past. Antarctica's been in the southern Arctic or polar position for 150 million years after previously being part of Gondwana land at the equator. So there's a huge repository of climate data to help us understand what happens on Earth when changes occur. It also allows us to then take that data and predict forward. And so when philanthropists hear about Antarctica and the work that's being done there, they ultimately think about their children's children's children. This is work that's being done for future generations of Australians, and that's what drives them.
Mm-hmm. And is it something there's, big appetite for? Are there lots of people supporting this work?
So as against those other cause areas, and I've worked in homelessness, refugees, medical research, drug and alcohol rehab, domestic violence, all eminently worthy causes. Unfortunately, they're very well known to most people. Most people understand those causes. As I said, Antarctica, the fascination with Antarctica is palpable. 8 or 9 out of 10 people that I talk to are fascinated when I say that I work with people in Antarctica. But the technical understanding of what we're doing there and what we have done there and our esteemed history is very, very thin. And so, as others have said to the committee, there's a deep need to convey that story, to tell that story. And so the barrier to philanthropy is creating that understanding. Now, there's significant potential. There's a $5.9 trillion intergenerational transfer that's about to occur between older Australians to their children and also to organisations like the Antarctic Science Foundation and other charities and causes. So we need to get in front of this wave so that people understand the transformative effect of philanthropic gifts to Antarctic research.
And so I'm interested, are you able to sort of give us a sense of what the contribution to the science, briefly, I imagine it's you could talk all afternoon, but what are you able to give us a sense of how much of a contribution to Australia's efforts in Antarctica comes from the Foundation?
So the Foundation's very young. We've been around for 6 years. What we've done is support early career researchers who are the future generation that will ultimately be looking at the very deep problems that we're going to have over, say, the next 20 years. During COVID, the Foundation extended grants to these PhD students, many of which were about to give up their research and quit university and take up full-time work. And so we gave them those grants so that they could stay in their work and complete their PhDs, so they're part of the cohort that we will need over the next couple of decades. Relatively small grants had an outsized effect of not only keeping them financially in the game, but also providing that moral support that what they're doing is important and that there's a group of people that are prepared to support that. We also create opportunities for those researchers and other participants within the Antarctic research cohort, one of which has been mentioned. We have a partnership with Antarctica Flights. So over the last 4 years, across about 40 flights, we've had PhD students get their first look at Antarctica by flying down for the day for a tourist visit with other tourists, full fare paying tourists. But these seats are given to us by Antarctica Flights to afford these researchers with the opportunity, many of which have been working on Antarctica for 4, 5, 6, 7 years and they've never actually seen it. There is a significant bottleneck to getting to Antarctica, and so providing students with that opportunity in partnership with a tourist operator and Qantas is a terrific opportunity for them.
That's wonderful. I do probably have more questions, but just to make sure we get to everyone, I'll go to Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for being with us today, Mr. Kelly. Just, I'm really interested in the PhD students that you supported and through COVID. Are they still in this space? Are they still working in this space of Antarctica or this type of science?
So we supported 32 students over 2 rounds of COVID grants. They are still in this space, and that's really heartening, not only to the Foundation but to our supporters that enabled that. And even better, they're flourishing. So I now get calls from particularly all around the world where people ask for references for these PhD students so that they can continue their work in research institutes and expeditions both in the North Pole and the South.
And so you've spoken about the fact that your foundation has been around for six years. What was the original, who and what was the original impetus behind this? Was it yourself or a group of you who were really passionate in this space?
It was not myself. I've been CEO for coming up to 4 years of the foundation, but there was a recognition in government that, and also in the Antarctic sector, that there needed to be a pathway for community outreach, public outreach, as well as the opportunity for philanthropy to contribute to transformative and entrepreneurial research, which sometimes lays outside of ARC grants, the university's agenda. And to that, that has been the goal of the foundation.
Look, can I just then ask another question? You've spoken about outreach and investment in communications and a concerted effort here. Do you have any sort of plan or even have done any work on what that might look like for practical purposes in a broader sense?
Yes, I have. We have a plan to create a dedicated team to do this work, which would allow us to interface with school children, as I did last week at Thomas Aquinas Primary School in Springwood, Year 1. They won our National Science Week competition. We had 4,000 entries of primary school students from around the country. I visited with Year 1 at Thomas Aquinas and was amazed by the type of questions that they asked, but particularly the answers. The young Teddy told me that a glacier is a big pathway for water and ice, and that's one of the best explanations that I've ever heard, scientists included. The plan that we have at the foundation requires an investment of around $3 to $4 million over about the same amount of time, about 3 to 4 years, and that would allow us to have a concerted marketing campaign, dedicated stewardship of our supporters and the wider public, and do that really important work of engaging with young students who are ultimately not only the scientists of the future, but they're the recipients of what can hardly be called a gift in terms of our climate future. And so by informing them, we are able to drive policy, and we'll be able to drive understanding across the Australian community as to the impact that Antarctica has and how we're going to mitigate for climate disruption.
And look, just Mr. Kelly, one of the other things that it might be useful at some point too, you may already be engaged in this, but to keep state and federal ministers for education and the shadows in both of those spaces aware of what you're doing in that education space in preparing and encouraging young people into some of the careers that are certainly ahead for them. So thank you for that, Chair. Thank you. I've got no further comments.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Ms Clayton.
Thank you, and thanks, Mr. Kelly, for your time today. I'm really heartened that a significant part of the brief, as I understand it, for the Antarctica Science Foundation is about this kind of interface with the public. It's very powerful testimony to kind of catalogue everything we don't know about the Antarctica. So, and that it has somehow escaped the kind of national story and the narrative we tell of ourselves. So I, for one, found that very powerful, and I'm sure many of your donors and supporters do. I'm sure it's a well-tried story. But I am interested, it is so difficult to get so many students to the Antarctica. Like, I mean, we just heard Mr. Dodd trying to get 300 students through a kind of, relying on Qantas to be a good corporate citizen to get them down there kind of thing. And I wondered, whilst I totally appreciate there's probably nothing like seeing it yourself, and I've not, so I haven't experienced that myself, but there's some pretty amazing technology around, and virtual reality tours one could do of the Antarctica and incorporate it into our sort of school learnings, I think. Is that something that you would be working on, or do you encourage others to, or like how do we manage the fact that not everyone is going to get, we've got 25 million citizens, they're not all going to get to the Antarctica. That's the brute reality. So how do we kind of move people beyond the sense of wonderment that they might have to a more profound understanding of the significance of Australia's presence and research and ongoing work there?
Indeed, it's a great question, thank you. We cannot have 25 million people tramping down to Antarctica, and that's a really important consideration. I've just returned from the US, where I was able to once again visit Kennedy Space Center. Now, that's a community which was built around the moon landings, where very few people got to go to the final destination. But through Orlando and Florida and across that nation, they were able to build public support for federal funds, I think it was 8% of the federal budget, to be used for those moon missions. And seeing Kennedy Space Center today is very impressive. More people were interested in my Antarctica t-shirt and talking about Antarctica than they were about space, the people who I met. So we have something very special, and we should be conveying that not only through place, but also virtually. So there is an awesome opportunity in Hobart as the gateway city to Antarctica. That's the last stop on the line before you get there, to have engagement in place so tourists to Hobart are able to see what it's like down there without going. There's also great opportunity virtually to, and the space program in the US is right on the money in terms of producing those virtual experiences so people here in Australia can experience what it's like to be involved in the space program, to be involved in the final frontier. Now, I often say that Antarctica is our nearest planet because it is like nothing else you have ever seen. And so we need to encourage the imagination, encourage the desire of Australians to delve more deeply into Antarctica, and both in place as a gateway city in Hobart and also virtually. But there are other tremendous areas or sites. Adelaide was once a gateway city. The Mawson collection at Adelaide University is tremendous, but it's not signposted as clearly as the achievement that it contains really deserves. The Inari Hut at the top of in the southern snowy mountains, again, it was where expeditioners went to acclimatise to the types of temperatures that would be experienced in Antarctica. And these are sites that are all around Australia, which we really should be promoting as opportunities for people to engage, but also in Hobart and virtually.
Thank you. That's probably it for me. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. I guess I also just wanted to ask about how you select the researchers who receive the grants.
Yeah, thank you. Our board, which is comprised of, which is a diverse group of people, but also has experience in government and in science, has a subcommittee which takes those submissions, and then we allocate those grants. The other way that we allocate support to researchers is through philanthropy, directly with the philanthropist. So much of my role is matchmaking, understanding what around 250, 300 researchers in the Antarctic space are doing, and then talking to philanthropists around Australia and understanding what their interest is. and then we bring the philanthropist together with the researcher. And I'll give you an example. We have a tremendous researcher down in Hobart, young Alex Fraser. He looks at ice shelves, and particularly as they relate to the breeding success of penguins. I have a supporter of the foundation in Brisbane who was really interested in penguins at a very basic level, and so she supported Alex 3 years ago with a grant which allowed him actually to continue his science when his role was not very clear. She then supported him again with a slightly larger gift, and that led to him successfully applying for an ARC Future Fellowship, which was $1 million over several years to underwrite his career and his team. The reviews of that grant, that Future Fellowship, related to the fact that he had attracted funding from outside traditional sources. He then received another gift from our supporter in Brisbane, and he's now been selected as part of the Ice Edge team, one of the Ice Edge teams that will have a satellite go up from Cape Canaveral in a few years' time. 4 teams were selected. They were each given $5 million to write up a proposal over the next 12 months. 2 of those 4 teams will be then selected to receive funding of $310 million to launch a satellite in 2028 or 2030. That'll give us high resolution mapping, much higher resolution mapping of Antarctic ice shelves to a plus minus of 3 centimetres from 360 kilometres up. Alex goes back to that original gift 3 years ago and says that that was formative to his career, and his supporter is absolutely over the moon and is looking to buy tickets to Cape Canaveral in a few years' time to see her satellite go up with Alex.
Wow. Wow, that's an incredible story. And is that someone who, the researcher, if he hadn't had that philanthropic support, was he, so you said his position was uncertain, like at a university, I imagine, or was it?
Within the Antarctic sector.
And he was possibly not going to be able to continue that work at all.
That's right.
Yeah.
Can I just clarify? So, I mean, there is some research grant money that obviously governments are funding, and I don't know if you have any involvement in that allocation, no. But you then attract this additional philanthropic funds through your matchmaking service, and that's what's helping retain some of these early mid-career researchers that we hear about who we're always in danger of losing, I guess.
That's right.
Yeah.
So the boilerplate at the bottom of almost every research paper says more research is required. That's just a fact of every field of science. The foundation exists to try and top up the money that can come to Antarctic research, but importantly, from philanthropists, large and small, that have never known that there was an opportunity to give and support this type of work. So this field, from a philanthropic standpoint, has been unexamined up until now.
Terrific, thank you.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you very much for being here today. You'll be sent a transcript of your evidence and have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors.
Thank you.
Again.
Thank you.
Where are you based? Yes, sorry, didn't need to personal details.
I should anyway. Hi, I now welcome representatives of the CSIRO to give evidence. Hi. And he's, okay. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Thank you, Chair. Tom Munyard. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for CSIRO, and joining me online is Dr. Dan Metcalfe, and I'll let him introduce himself. He may not be able to hear us.
Mr. Metcalfe, can you hear us? I don't think he can.
He's on mute, but he can't hear us either.
We'll try to touch base with Dan. Dan, are you on the line? By way of introduction to Dan when he does join, Dr. Dan Metcalfe is the Director of the Environment Research Unit of CSIRO.
Okay, thank you. Should we just, can someone contact him, or should we proceed, or should we?
We'll try to contact him as well.
Oh, he's looking now.
Trying to fathom why.
We might take a short suspension while we just sort this out. Thanks.
Lovely.
Thank you for joining us, Mr. Metcalfe. Apologies about, Anyway, let's. If you could please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee.
Thank you. So I'm Dr. Daniel Metcalfe. I'm the Director of Environment at CSIRO.
Thank you for joining us today. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing of proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make an opening statement before we proceed to members' questions.
Chair, we do have an opening statement, but in interest of time, I'm happy to table that and provide copies to the committee if you like.
Okay, if if you're welcome to make a brief one if you'd like, but happy to. Yeah, we can do that. Thank you.
Provide you with those rather than take up time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, I will just begin. Does the CSIRO deploy any staff to Antarctica?
No, Senator. No, Chair. Sorry, I'm in habit.
And your submission states that your research focus in the Antarctic is to provide the best evidence to inform Australia's climate change response. Can you provide some examples of how CSIRO research has been used in that way?
I might pass that to Dr. Metcalfe.
Thank you. In regard to that first question, we don't deploy staff directly to Antarctica, but we do deploy staff to subantarctic islands, and we have staff on the RV Investigator for deploying equipment, managing long-term data feeds, etc. So an example would be the meteorological data collections that we have on Macquarie Island. We have installed on the RV Investigator, which allow us to collect unique data about the oceanography, climate and atmospheric composition of the Southern Ocean, from which we can compile data which we then share with our international colleagues through Global Atmosphere Watch and other UN-managed data collation processes, which then feed into climate models, inform our downscaling of global climate models and our understanding of regional oceanographic trends and climate and weather parameters.
Thank you very much. And your submission suggested a decline since 2016-17 in Australia's Southern Ocean research due to, that there was a decline due to the lack of an icebreaker. Have you observed any improvement since the Noyina was brought into service?
Again, I'll pass that one to Dr. Metcalfe.
Yeah, I'll take that one too. So our collaborations with Antarctic Division, with the Noyina and with our partners in New Zealand through the research vessels of New Zealand and Australia partnership have meant that there has been an improvement in our capacity to deploy measuring equipment and service long-term sensors such as the Southern Moorings systems, which is a long-term data collection which is funded through NCRIS under the IMOS, the Integrated Marine Observing System program.
Thank you. And we've heard some suggestions, recommendations that we should move to a 2 icebreaker model. Do you see a need for that?
Dan?
I'm not sure that I'm qualified to talk about that. The investigator is ice hardened and has the capacity to approach the ice edge. It doesn't have the capacity to actually enter into sea ice.
Yes.
I suppose one challenge that we would have in terms of our ongoing deployment of staff in voyages into the Southern Ocean is that the investigator is a national facility, and therefore the time it spends in the Southern Ocean has to be balanced against the time that it would spend in the tropics and the subtropics and other parts of the of Australia's marine estate. But for the purposes of our data collection, given that we don't have a footprint on Antarctica proper, I'm not sure where we would reinvest in supplementary data collation should there be a second icebreaker.
Right, okay. So from your perspective, the current model doesn't limit, you know, are there things that you feel we should be doing that we can't due to logistical or funding challenges at the moment?
There will always be more science that we could deliver.
Sorry.
So, for example, there hasn't been an expedition, a dedicated voyage to look at sea ice extent, subsea ice erosion in parts of East Antarctica for a long period of time. Given what we can see from remote sensing and we understand from reports from other deployments, we understand that we have less clarity in our understanding of how sea ice extension, its thickness and its erosion is being impacted by warming seas over this past decade, I suppose.
Thank you. Is the RV Investigator still operating at a reduced capacity?
I can take that one. No, it's not. We've been reviewing funding for the Marine National Facility and RV Investigator as a whole. We expect to be able to support full year operations up until 26-27 at least, dependent on how costs fluctuate over that period, of course, as well. To be fully transparent, full year operations is 300 operational days in any year as well. But we expect to be able to maintain that over that next 3 years or so.
That's great. Thank you. I will go to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr Munyard and Dr Metcalf, for being here with us today. I just wanted to ask your opinion. One of the things in your submission about in your executive summary, in serving Australia's interests in Antarctica and the work that's done there, and you were very, very strong in how important that influence is in our international climate negotiations and other. Some of the evidence we've had previously from other witnesses spoke about Australia not necessarily being considered in the top three or having a leading position in some of the organisations such as the Antarctic Treaty Consultative Meetings, the Committee for Environmental Protection, the Commission for the Conservation of Antarctic Marine Living Resources, and the Scientific Committee on Antarctic Research. Given your work and what you know of the perhaps enduring relationships, would you consider that Australia is or is not considered in the top three or leading contributors in this space?
I'll see if Dr Metcalf has anything to add, but I'm not sure we're in a position to be able to justify that. But Dr Metcalf may have a view on that.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. With regard to the organisations that you've framed, I can't comment on those because we don't deliver science explicitly into areas that they cover. I believe that our contributions into oceanography and climatology in the Antarctic would be very highly regarded because we have such a significant role in collecting data, in providing interpreted models and scenarios for the Southern Hemisphere and particularly the Southern Ocean. And there are very few other data streams with the longevity and the detail that we provide.
Right. So from what you're saying, you certainly have confidence in the respect for Australia's research investment and capabilities in the Antarctic area, particularly in relation to our treaty obligations.
Yes, I do.
Very good. Just another question around the treaty itself. In the work that you have done and are continuing to do, what do you consider to be the greatest risks or potential risks in relation to any national security or sovereignty issues in Antarctica, please?
In terms of Australia's sovereignty in Antarctica?
Yes.
Dan, did you want to have a go at that as well? I'm not sure we're qualified for that either, but let's have a go.
Yes, I don't think I can talk to Antarctica specifically, but the data that we provide around the oceanography and the climatology gives us a unique ability to build a national and regional understanding of oceanographic trends and atmospheric drivers, which are of fundamental value to defence, to aviation, and to the support that we provide to partners in those areas.
What I'm alluding to is one of the terms of reference that we have is upholding the principles that of the Antarctic Treaty System. So that's the reason I'm asking these questions of you with your engagement in Antarctica. Chair, thank you for that, and thank you both for your responses.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Ms Clayton?
Thanks, Chair. And thank you both for your evidence today. If I have heard you correctly, you don't actually have a footprint on Antarctica proper. Are you involved in, do you have a station or an outpost or something at like Macquarie Island, the sub-Antarctic, or do you... No? Okay. So, let me come at this a different angle. If that's the case, what is the interface? Given you are the nation's preeminent sort of science organisation, you're involved heavily in the measurement of greenhouse gas emissions, climate change kind of data. What is your interface with all these researchers that we're taking evidence from here, all these scientists?
Yes.
And CSIRO? How are you two communicating to each other, or is there not an interface at all? I'm not sure.
Oh, look, we have a large number of partners that we work through.
Somehow, yeah.
As Dr. Metcalfe said earlier, our vessel is not suitable for Antarctic specific research. It's ice strengthened, but not an icebreaker, not built or classified as an icebreaker. So it cannot work in Antarctic waters, but we do have partnerships and work with partners, and Dr. Metcalfe might be able to talk to some of those partnerships that we have with places like the Antarctic Division and others.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. So a couple of examples there. One would be our ongoing membership of the Australian Antarctic Program Partnership. And we lead programs of work there in oceanography and biogeochemistry. We've also got a long history of working in ice core research. So whilst we don't have a footprint on Antarctica, materials that are collected and brought back to Australia are then provided to us for analysis, as we have unique facilities. So I'm CSIRO's representative on the Australian Antarctic Science Council, and that our contribution into that partnership is primarily through the work that we contribute in understanding of the Southern Ocean. So the Southern Ocean below 30 degrees south is an area where we have unique expertise, and we provide the lead agency for work in that space. As I said earlier, that would include us deploying equipment from the investigator and other vessels when we transit through those waters. We manage the Southern Ocean mooring, which is a permanently tethered buoy south of Tasmania, which gives us long-term records of ocean biogeochemistry, temperature, salinity, and so on. We also manage a permanent meteorological station on Macquarie Island, which we would service on an annual basis. And we also manage the Canook Cape Grim atmospheric observation station in northwest Tasmania, which is really the preeminent atmospheric observation station in the Southern Hemisphere, and from which we provide a unique data set, samples and models in collaboration with the Bureau of Meteorology into international data sets. And maybe I should add that the US Department of Energy has a collaborative program with us in Tasmania at the moment over an 18-month period, where they've invested in adding value to the understanding of aerosols, particularly in the Southern Ocean atmosphere, and how a better understanding of those aerosols, which are either biogenically originated or come from salt spray and the like, and how an understanding of those aerosols can better inform our understanding of climatology, heat absorption, and the oceanography of the southern regions.
Thank you. It'd be fair to say, I guess, I presume it's your Hobart kind of office or base of CSIRO that would be doing most of this kind of interactive work with other scientists coming and toing and froing to the Antarctica. Is that how it works? Is that, yeah?
Correct. We've got a significant footprint in Hobart, where we work with both University of Tasmania's Institute of Marine and Antarctic Studies and the Australian Antarctic Division. But we also have a significant presence in Melbourne, where we manage our ice core and our gas laboratories. But we also collaborate with the ARC Centre of Excellence for Centre of Excellence for Antarctic Studies at the University of Melbourne.
Okay. We've kind of connected with a number of those. You might not have heard any of the evidence this morning, but there were, lots of lead researchers working in their respective areas in the Antarctica. Not unlike yours. You don't have your RV investigator is not going into those Antarctic waters, but they had logistical issues of getting in and out and not having enough time I guess, in a calendar year to do all the science that they would like to do. But also there was there's been a bit of discussion around funding. You're involved in the Australian Antarctic Science Council, as I understand it, Dr. Metcalf, so you might have a view on this too. But it's really, at present, we have a number of initiatives, an ARC centre here, an institute here. Well, no, there aren't institutes, but a number of different centres working in different universities. And there was a proposition that we might be better to bring those disparate units together into some kind of formalised institute. The example was the Australian Institute of Marine Science having a sort of centre of research and a focus point for those research dollars and funding. You are a centralised science organisation. Do you have a view about whether that might be a more productive way in which we would both work and fund the research that needs to be undertaken in the Antarctica?
At a very high level, there are pros and cons to that approach. We find in any research that we do that there are strong collaborative arrangements regardless of the boundaries of a particular entity. And it's similar in this case. So, as I say, without going into the details of each, there would be pros and cons to each of those arrangements, but Dr. Metcalf is closer to the research in this instance to be able to give a view in relation to that. If he wishes to, he may not. And I'll leave it to him to see if he does.
It's just
I agree wholeheartedly.
Yeah, thank you.
The recommendation of the O'Kane review that the Australian Antarctic Division provide a central point for the coordination of research, drawing on capability, the most appropriate capability from across the Australian innovation sector, is still a work in progress. But I think we've made significant steps in bringing together the work of ACIAS, the ARC Centre of Excellence, the Institute at University of Tasmania, AAD, our own capacities, the Geosciences Australia's work, the Bureau of Meteorology's work, and so on, under the auspices of the AAPP and the Australian Antarctic Science Council. So I think the aspiration there to do the best we possibly can with the resources that are available, and the skill sets that are within different institutions, as Tom says, could benefit from supplementary resourcing to better leverage those coordinated impacts, but it would not be fair to consider that all of the work that we do across the Australian innovation sector is independent and siloed.
Yeah, to be fair, I don't think there was a suggestion coming from any of our witnesses that was happening, and on the whole, it seems like there's a lot of goodwill and desire to collaborate, and people are obviously having lots of conversations and working together on a whole bunch of missions, not least of all trying to work out who gets onto the Antarctic at any given time and research priorities. So anyway, it's an interesting, I'm sure it won't surprise you that the issue of funding gets raised by each of the centres or areas of research. So trying to think through ways to improve that is kind of, just something that's quite topical. So we're putting our minds to that, and a few examples have come up our way. And, you are a a unique entity yourselves, CSIRO, which is quite rare for a lot of scientists. So,
indeed.
Yeah, it's interesting to hear your view, that's all. I have probably exhausted all our time. My apologies, Chair. I'm going to hand back to you.
Questions. Thank you very much, and thank you again very much for being here today. You'll be sent a transcript of your evidence, and we'll have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. I don't believe we'd asked for anything on notice, had we? No. And yeah, thank you very much again. We'll now suspend for a short break. Australian Antarctic Science Council to give evidence. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Good afternoon. My name is Nick Gales, Dr. Nick Gales, and I am the Chair of the Australian Antarctic Science Council.
Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon, Dr. Gales. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing of proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. By the way, I'm Alicia Payne, I'm the Chair, and online we have the Deputy Chair, Nola Marino, Senators Antic and McLaughlin, and Sharon Clayton will be joining us shortly. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to questions.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I have sought advice and input from my Science Council colleagues, but my opening statement expressed my own views. Antarctica is critically important to Australia's national interests, and science is at the heart of why and how we deliver on those interests. Antarctic science helps us predict and prepare for our future climate state. It enables us to determine the most effective management options to conserve and protect Antarctica's unique biodiversity. It supports the sustainability and economic viability of valuable Southern Ocean fisheries. It drives the activity and infrastructure that expresses our sovereignty over our Antarctic territory, and it is the mechanism by which we collaborate with influence with our Antarctic Treaty partners and uphold the values of that extraordinary treaty. But selecting our science is more complex than the traditional ranking of science excellence. Our capacity to undertake strategically important science in the harsh Antarctic environment will always be constrained by our transport, accommodation, and science infrastructure, as well as research funding. While Australia's Antarctic program is relatively large compared to other programs, our geographical reach is enormous. Our Antarctic territory is 3/4 the size of Australia, and our 3 permanent Antarctic stations and ice runway require extensive and expensive human and logistical support to remain safe and effective. The effective delivery of Australia's national interests in Antarctica through our diplomatic and scientific endeavours is complex and demanding. It requires a centralised, coordinated, prioritised and well-planned national Antarctic program. The integration of Antarctic science, policy and logistics is fundamental to achieving our aims. It is how we can plan and prioritise our science to ensure it aligns with our national interests, and it's how we integrate the science support needs with our available logistics and infrastructure. It is the reason the Australian Antarctic Division was established in its current form decades ago, and while pressing challenges exist, the model itself remains fit for purpose and viable. While the Australian Antarctic Division leads and coordinates Australia's Antarctic program, it cannot do so alone. Whole-of-government engagement is critical, as is predictable and consistent engagement from the Australian Antarctic science community. Existing multiple science funding cliffs, each with different governance rules, along with perceptions of undue competition for limited resources, have led to inefficient and disrupted science efforts. A future model that consolidates at least existing funding levels through the Australian Antarctic Division, with a fixed component dedicated to strategic science partnerships with the university sector and other research agencies, would go a long way to overcoming these challenges. Australia's Antarctic program does not need a major overhaul. Rather, it requires serious attention and funding alignment that allow for long-term planning and an ability to build trust and a sense of shared endeavour among its multiple participants. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So I wanted to begin by asking around, obviously the decadal plan has just been put out and will define and direct the efforts of all Australian Antarctic Science Program participants for the next decade. I just wanted to ask you if, in your view, there are logistical or funding, like obviously there could always be more science, but are there critical things that you're currently not able to do due to funding or logistical challenges?
Yeah, I think the current funding arrangements for the Antarctic program have an historic element that has led to those funding streams being quite separate, coming through in the past, several departments, several parts of government, working differently with different governance rules. And that simply meant that predictability of that funding stream in the long term has been really difficult. And there's existing two very serious funding cliffs for two of the major research partnerships that provide really important science to Antarctica. So for the Australian Antarctic Division and the department attempting to provide the science infrastructure for those science organisations, it's very inefficient. And so I think we have had some consolidation into the Australian Antarctic Division of that funding stream, but at the heart of the problem, I think, is that we have only really been in a position for relatively short-term planning, and we've had, on top of that, a wide range of logistical challenges. The problems with the icebreaker as it's been commissioned into Australia's Antarctic program, and the very major infrastructure upgrades that are happening on the Antarctic stations take up a very large amount of the available resources in getting people down to Antarctica. So there's a combination, if you like, of issues that have arisen over the past decade that have led to a lot of the current problems.
Thank you. And last year, the Council undertook the review of Australian Antarctic science funding, the model, and some other evidence today has pointed towards those recommendations as being the best way forward to reform the funding of Antarctic science. Are you able to talk us through what those changes would look like?
Yes, I am. Yes, I think in my opening statement, one of the things I was wanting to really be highlighting is that in order to undertake the kind of scientific work, both in the nature of the science itself, but also in terms of who we collaborate with and where we collaborate, you need a planning process that enables the policy elements of Australia's Antarctic Science Program to be working in an integrated way with the selection of the science. And those two steps need to be integrated with our available logistics in the planning. It's not like planning a major research effort around the relatively, even inaccessible parts of, for example, the Australian coastline or the Great Barrier Reef, or even more accessible parts of Antarctica. We are in the most inaccessible part of Antarctica, so that integration is really key. So it's a matter of aligning those funding streams in such a way that that medium to long-term planning, especially for large campaign science, which is critically important, can be planned 4 and 5 years out. And so at the core recommendations is to consolidate the funding streams through one major channel, through the department, and the Australian Antarctic Division that can then be channelled out to the Australian science community at the university sector in a predictable and long-term way. The almost now long and enduring partnership that is established at the gateway city of Hobart for Antarctica has been key. We've had, in previous iterations, the cooperative research centres for the Antarctic Climate and Ecosystem, CRC, that has now become the Australian Antarctic Partnership, that gives us an enduring ability to do that. And that's a good model. And I think the rest of the science streaming needs to be fitting similar partnership models to that AAPP that you will have heard about. So I think at the core of it, that's where the advice, in my opinion, from the council will really need to be directed in the future to assist us with delivering the science in a much better way than we've been able to in the past few years.
Thank you. And we've heard from scientists giving evidence to this inquiry about obviously the high demand for access to Antarctica, either on the icebreaker or flights. How are the decisions made about who gets to go and what projects are prioritised?
Yeah, there's been a range of models which the Science Council gives advice on these critically important elements, and that's a really major role. But the planning, that centralised planning, happens at the Antarctic Division itself, which will look at all of the science that has been, where commitments have been made to take that science south, and tries to integrate what we can do with our available logistics. As I mentioned before, we're running, if you like, fairly large and complex sort of towns down in the remotest part of Antarctica. And so getting the logistical support people down there occupies a large part of our logistics. So the planning is to try and fit into all of that with the resupply of those stations from our joint purpose icebreaker that undertakes logistics and science. So integrate all of that into getting the science programs down in a predictable way. Part of the difficulty has been with the new icebreaker and the difficulties it's encountered, that quarantining the marine science element of that ship to undertake major campaigns or large ocean science efforts has been eroded by breakdowns, because the highest priority in the end will be to make sure that we get fuel down to the stations to keep them running, because those elements become matters of life and death. So the science work ends up becoming a victim of the problems that might have in bringing a new ship into line, which we've been seeing for the past few years. So seeing a model that quarantines and guarantees an element of the ship time pre-season and attempts to quarantine a portion of literally the number of beds on station for scientists so that we can plan more predictably around that will be a big step forward and help. And that's where the planning through the Antarctic Division has attempted to go, but it has had funding and logistic constraints on it.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I might go to the Deputy Chair if you have questions.
Certainly do. Look, thank you so much for being here, Dr. Gales, and thank you for the work that you're doing in this space. One of the things the work that you've done on the review of the funding model, one of the things that a previous inquiry found difficult to do was to actually get the details of the actual funding commitments and where they've been spent. In what you have proposed through that funding model, was there also a recommendation for a very transparent availability of that information? Because we as MPs are accountable for what's spent on behalf of taxpayers.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's a really important question. I think the transparency of the planning process and exactly why decisions are made to fund different elements of the science program is really key. As I mentioned in my opening address, there's a lot of perceived competition between all of the scientists to get access to the resources. And when you have that, it's a much better future scenario if it's really clear to everyone exactly what resources are available and how the decisions are made to determine which of the science projects are going to be able to be supported within that logistical window. And the science that's selected, we need a transparent process to explain why it is that that particular science project was selected above others. As I mentioned in my introductory remarks, it's a much more complex model than, for example, the Australian context of research, just choosing the most excellent research. This has such a strategic imperative on top of it, but that needs to be made transparent. So I think better planning processes, more open and transparent planning processes will be really key.
I think the reporting piece is particularly relevant, given what we've seen previously. And just in your work around the decadal plan, where are you at with that now? Has the government or the minister sought any additional feedback or other responses from you? And where do you see that plan currently sitting, or where it's up to that you're aware of?
Yes, thank you. The decadal plan, I came in as chair of this Science Council earlier this year, so a great deal of the work prior to this that had been undertaken by the council and the previous chair had gone through an exhaustive and very wide process of seeking input from the entire Antarctic science community, and had come together with a collective view from the science community around the main science challenges. As I came in as chair, the step that then needed to be made was to take that sort of bottom-up science view, if you like, and subject that to a view through a strategic policy lens around what it is in Antarctica that needed to happen. And the Australian Antarctic Division have been undertaking that, and that will be coming back to us as a council. At the moment, it has early drafts being selected, and we have a meeting. I think it's just a week away. I'm overseas. I'm over in Peru at the moment in the midst of my whaling meetings. But as soon as I get back, we'll have our first council meeting, the latest draft of the decadal plan, which integrates both the policy overview of the science and also embeds that in our logistics framework. And that's an essential step before we can really present that to the minister with confidence. And the intention is to have that to the minister by certainly by the end of this year, this calendar year.
Right. Just one last question, Chair, if I may. Just on one of your recommendations, and one we've heard previously as well in our hearings, is around the proposal for an National Antarctic Research Institute. And that in itself, in some of what you've recommended in the decadal plan, and some of what we've discussed about the need for transparency and clarity, would that type of institute then, as the umbrella in this situation, provide greater clarity and capacity to provide those outcomes?
I think here is a point at which I, as chair, a new chair to this council, do not agree with that direction, and I've had discussions with several of our council members about this since I've come into the role as chair, and that's a very important and continuing discussion. That will also continue to be an important element of discussion I will have as chair with our minister, and certainly I've been having that conversation. I'm a past director of the Australian Antarctic Program. I know how the government element of it works well. In my view, the risk of taking the science out of the integrated model that sits within the Australian Antarctic Division and placing it in an institute will break that fundamentally sort of important link between science and strategic policy. Everything we do in Antarctica is in support of our national interests. It has to be excellent science, but it has to be strategically important science. And my fear is that a separate institute will weaken the link with the policy elements. It will also, in my view, potentially risk damaging the link to available logistics, which is run entirely separately. And in your earlier question, you talked about transparency, and I think the planning process and the transparency around planning processes can be it should be much improved from the existing model, but it can be much clearer and much better understood in an integrated way than having an institute that sits externally to that and will often be at odds with the reality of what the available logistics are and create a real tension. An integrated model manages those tensions between available logistics, science ambitions and policy objectives, I think, in a better way. But I do think that integrated model that exists now does need improvements, but in my view, not by removing the science and setting it up as an external institute.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Clayton.
Thank you very much for your evidence. It surprised me that you had an alternative viewpoint there, but I'm interested to know what, if you think the integrated science model across multiple sites, universities, research centres, etc., is advantageous. I'm interested to know where you've indicated that there's room for improvement in that integrated model. So what are you thinking in regards to improvement of that existing, de-aggregation of science and researchers?
Yes, thank you. I think that's quite fundamental to the importance of providing a great deal of confidence to the university-based and non-Australian Antarctic Division-based research community, which is enormous and is absolutely essential to deliver the overall program. So I think a model that saw funding, as I mentioned before, consolidated into much more of a single governance model so that there are clear rules around which funding decisions are made, and a very clear ring fencing of a significant portion of that funding that can only be dedicated to the establishment of strategic research partnerships with that non-AAD based component of the science community. And so long-term and enduring partnerships can be established like that, as well as more short-term tactical partnerships.
Sorry, we had a little bit of your audio's chopping in and out a little bit. So I just missed the tail end where you were talking about ring fencing of, having funding in a single entity and ring fencing towards some of the ambitions, I think it was, of the AAD or research priorities. And then I lost you, so I couldn't hear you properly.
No, I'm sorry. It's 1 a.m. in Peru, and I'm hostage to a hotel system to link to you.
Well,
so I'm sorry.
Hats off to you for getting up at 1 a.m. to have this conversation with us. Really appreciate that. Sorry,
it's important.
If you could just talk me through. Because I missed the end of your discussion about where you thought, you were trying to ensure some transparency around this funding. You could ring fence or quarantine some of it for the priorities, agreed priorities. I think that's what I understood you saying. And then what after that?
Yes, thanks. And I apologise about the audio. I think it's absolutely essential that there is a portion specifically ring-fenced out of the core funding that is used to establish these strategic partnerships so that they feel the surety of predictable and long-term funding, and they can be part of developing these partnerships. I think they'll range from almost enduring partnerships that will receive very long-term funding to perhaps some short to medium-term funding to look to particular issues that arise that science can address. So maybe a 3 to 5 year horizon and some going well beyond that. But that ability to be able to use the money to establish predictable longer term funding that is available to the Australian science community, the Antarctic science community, but is all managed within one governance with similar rules and clear priorities that enable it to be directed against Australia's national interests in Antarctica. I think that's a sound model, and we're struggling at the moment with different governments and different sources of funding, and I think that's giving rise, with different funding cliffs, I think that's giving rise to a good deal of the problems at the moment.
Yeah, well, we've certainly, I mean, you'll be interested to read maybe some of the transcripts from this morning's evidence, because certainly there's been an articulation in this committee that there's uncertainty that comes with the fact that they are on short-term funding cycles, you know, some 1 to 3 years, some are up to 7, but they you've got a bit of work to do to convince those researchers, I feel, that are seeking some kind of, they're looking towards some of those National Institute models and looking somewhat enviously at that model at the moment, I think.
Yes, no, I'm certainly aware of the strength of feeling from the science community. In my past lives, I've also been chief scientist at the Antarctic Division, and I understand, I empathise entirely with those views. They do suffer from short-term, unpredictable funding, and the model that I'm promoting here, I think, is one that I would hope and see would overcome that element in a much more transparent and open way. My fear, just going back to the Institute, that I know many of them think would be a better model, and I think, you know, I've heard many of them use examples such as the Australian Institute of Marine Science in Townsville, and even some of the other Antarctic programs that operate on, particularly on the Antarctic Peninsula south of the South American continent. They are good models and they are fit for purpose for what they do, but to deliver science across this eastern Antarctic block to our south, where we deal with much more serious ice access and difficult logistics, and maintain stations that sometimes can take 2 weeks of sailing in a ship to get anywhere near, instead of just a couple of days across the Antarctic, the Drake Passage south of South America, or more on our doorstep on the Australian Great Barrier Reef areas. I think that's the fundamental difference, why you need to have this more integrated model with logistics, and particularly because Antarctica is so fundamentally important geopolitically to Australia, that you need to have the overlay of policy in a much more transparent and obvious way than you do in most other science endeavours. So it's quite a unique element for the work we do within our area of Antarctica and in Antarctica itself.
Can I just ask, I know we're probably pushing time now, but I understand you provide like strategic advice into government. Are you also involved in, I guess, just all of those? You've made, you know, a good point about we collectively are running 2 townships in the most extreme of environments and most difficult of places to get to. It's a very Australian approach, I expect, but I wonder, are you involved also then in just the myriad of like logistical issues that emerge as a result of that, you know, those decisions that were made a long time to have stations and permanent presence there? And do you get into that nitty-gritty about how many icebreakers we need? I mean, that was one of the issues for a lot of scientists here, is that they're just really struggling to get time, you know, on the ice, and it's highly competitive, limited spots, all those issues that I'm sure you're very familiar with.
Yes, certainly very familiar with them, and yes, as in the role of the Science Council, we give advice to government about the issues that are arising, and give advice on approaches to improve the situation. So I think giving advice along the lines of having funding guaranteed for a set number of marine science days each season, for example, is a core part of what we do, and that's been difficult to achieve in the past. We live with a legacy of this massive buildings, especially going back to the 1980s, where a very large building program happened in Antarctica and built what at the time was thought to be the right shape. That has a long many decade tail, and keeping those running is a problem. So I think we can also continue to give advice on the manner in which we are using the stations as science bases or using the ship as a mobile base along the Antarctic continent from which to operate at different times in big campaigns is part of our mandate. And we work cooperatively with the Antarctic Division, but we're independent from and give independent advice to the Minister on matters such as that. And I think that's a key role.
Thank you so much. That's the end of my questions. I'm going to hand back to the Chair. Thank you, though. Especially thank you for being up so early in the morning to take our call.
Yes, I was about to say that. Thank you very much, Dr. Gales, particularly given the late hour and that you're overseas, and we really appreciate you making the time to contribute to our inquiry today. So thank you very much. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and have an opportunity to request any corrections to transcription errors as well. And I'd like to thank all the committee members who've joined us today, and particularly Deputy Chair Ms Marino and Ms Clayton for your contribution today, and thank the Secretariat and Broadcasting, and the hearing is now adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.